Chapter 669 Shock. Chapter 669 Shock. This fellow defeated the inauspicious divine emperor. Han Ju thought to himself. It seemed that the situation was different from what he had imagined. Divine Lord Peacock continued to shout, "What? Are you shocked? Are you exasperated and want to curse me?" He had the karma bead that specialized in isolating curses, so he was naturally not afraid of curses. Han Ju shook his head. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Besides, do you really think you escaped on your own?" Divine Lord Peacock frowned. Could it be? Divine Lord Peacock carefully recalled the previous battle. There was indeed something wrong with the inauspicious divine emperor. He seemed very weak. Could it be that he had deliberately let him go? Divine Lord Peacock's expression instantly turned ashen. Compared to being defeated, he hated being humiliated even more. Divine Lord Peacock glared at him. "What do you want?" Han Ju said, "Come back. Find a place outside the heavenly Tao to enter seclusion. Wait for me to arrange for the disciples in the heavenly Tao to challenge you." Inside the heavenly Tao. Divine Lord Peacock laughed angrily. He had some understanding of the heavenly Tao. Even the strongest sage was not his match. How could he not understand what Han Ju meant? He wanted to nurture that heavenly Tao disciple again and challenge him later. If that was the case, didn't that mean that Han Ju thought that the heavenly Tao disciple's potential was stronger than his? "Alright, I'll rush to the heavenly Tao now. I want to see what your heavenly Tao disciple is capable of." Divine Lord Peacock waved his sleeve and the dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked helpless. Why was this fellow so angry? How did he cultivate to this day with this temper? Fortunately, he was not born in the same era as him. Otherwise, he would definitely be slapped to death. Han Ju still wanted to ask if the inauspicious divine emperor had really been killed by divine Lord Peacock. He did not believe it. No matter how he looked at it, the inauspicious divine emperor was a great Tao existence. How could he be killed by a Freedom Realm cultivator? If this Peacock was really so capable, Han Ju wouldn't subdue him. He had to think of a way to get rid of him. Han Ju didn't allow another person with his potential to exist in the world. Especially when they were enemies. Han Ju teleported to the second Tao field. He gathered everyone in the second Tao field and began to preach. The chaotic fiend celestials' cultivation speed was extremely fast. They had all reached the late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial had even reached the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. It seemed that the original chaotic Fiend Celestial cultivated the fastest. Yang Du was the weakest. He had no choice. He had yet to transform into a chaotic Fiend Celestial. In the Milky Way, Yang Du was extremely domineering. The name of the war god resounded throughout the galaxy, but here, his attitude was humble. In front of the other chaotic Fiend Celestials, he did not seem to exist. It was not that the chaotic Fiend Celestials were bullying him, but the difference in cultivation level was too great. Just talking to them gave Yang Du a huge psychological pressure. At the same time, Yang Du looked forward to becoming a chaotic Fiend Celestial. As for the extreme pain Murong Qi and Great Loose Heaven mentioned, he did not care at all. Han Ju left after 100 years of lecture. He continued cultivating after returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. When he broke through to the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, he would attack Divine Lord Peacock and let him understand that there was always someone better. 1,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased again, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He glanced over and discovered that Divine Lord Peacock had already returned to the Calamity Race's city outside the heavenly Tao. Although this fellow was arrogant, he still kept his word. Han Ju said, "Come in." In the Daoist temple, his new disciple, Guan Bubi, had been waiting for several days. Guan Bubi came to visit in 1,000 years. Unfortunately, he still waited for a few days. It was not good for him to turn around and leave, so he simply waited outside. Hearing Han Ju's words, Guan Bubi immediately entered the temple. After bowing, Guan Bubi said confidently, "Master, I've already become a pseudo-sage." When he first became Han Ju's disciple, he was only at the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Now, he was already a pseudo-sage. As expected of the reincarnation of a freedom sage. Not bad. Han Ju praised. Guan Bubi said, "Master, I've asked around. I heard that you're less than 200,000 years old." When he asked this, Guan Bubi had an awkward expression. Master, please impart me a great opportunity." Guan Bubi suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. He believed that Han Ju was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, but even if he was, how could he become a sage in 200,000 years? Although Fang Liang had attained the Tao, he had transmigrated to the primordial era many times. His physical body was already more than 200,000 years old, and he had relied on providence to attain the Tao. According to Guan Bubi's understanding, Han Ju was not only a sage. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had said that Han Ju was already a freedom realm existence. Guan Bubi guessed that Han Ju had a way of quickly becoming stronger, so he couldn't help but come to greet him. He was really anxious to cultivate like this. Han Ju naturally guessed Guan Bubi's thoughts, but he didn't agree immediately. "What a joke. You're new here. What right do you have to receive better treatment than a personal disciple?" Guan Bubi's forehead pressed against the ground, waiting for Han Ju to agree. Han Ju suddenly said, "I indeed have a huge opportunity that can transform you. However, you haven't done anything for me yet. How can I believe you?" Guan Bubi looked up and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Han Ju asked, "Why are you in a hurry to become stronger?" Guan Bubi gritted his teeth. "Revenge." Han Ju was silent. In his previous life, Guan Bubi was attacked when he was trying to break through to the great Dao Dao fruit. Such hatred was irreconcilable. If it was Han Ju, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Guan Bubi's favorability was 5 stars. In the past, Han Ju would have trusted him, but now, he felt that as long as it wasn't maxed, it was unreliable. Han Ju hesitated. After a long while. "Forget it, I'll send you to a place. Continue cultivating and wait," Han Ju said and brought Guan Bubi to the second Dao field. Guan Bubi was puzzled. "What place?" "Go out and listen to Murong Qi. As for why I brought you here, you can ask him." Han Ju left after saying this. He had once instructed Murong Qi that anyone he sent here would be chaotic fiend celestial candidates and he could explain everything to them. Guan Bubi immediately walked out of the Daoist temple. Murong Qi and the others immediately came over. There were few people in the second Dao field, but every newcomer was a future chaotic fiend celestial. They naturally had to get to know him and rope him in. In the future, they had to fight for Han Ju together. Sensing the terrifying blood essence of Murong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the Crimson Fox, and Great Loose Heaven, Guan Bubi was secretly shocked. He began to ask where this was. Murong Qi and the others did not hide anything. When Guan Bubi learned that Han Ju could make him a chaotic Fiend Celestial, he was stunned. In his previous life, he was the connate life form with the most outstanding potential. He had almost attained the Great Tao, but he knew the difference between him and the chaotic Fiend Celestial. Han Ju could actually turn him into a chaotic Fiend Celestial. Impossible. Guan Bubi's first reaction was disbelief. After he entered the simulation trial with Great Loose Heaven and the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, he believed it and was shocked. A chaotic Fiend Celestial at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm was enough to sweep through him. On the other side. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Guan Bubi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Chapter 670 Domineering Heaven Opening Acts. Chapter 670 Domineering Heaven Opening Acts. This kid is quite tactful. Han Ju thought silently. Even if Guan Bubi betrayed him later, he was not afraid. Before these chaotic fiend celestials appeared, he would definitely test their loyalty. Those below 6 stars would all be thrown into the primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Not long after, he threw himself into cultivation again. He wanted to break through as soon as possible. In a courtyard, Long Hao and Han Yu sat at the table and drank happily. Recently, Han Yu's uneasiness had disappeared and he had returned to his normal state. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in his ancestor, if this state lasted for too long, it would also affect his cultivation in Dao heart. He might even suffer from qi deviation. How about it? If we obtain this opportunity, countless geniuses will appear in the human race. Your Han family can use this opportunity to soar and greatly increase your status in the human race. Long Hao swirled his wine cup and smiled. Han Yu curled his lips. If that's the case, why doesn't your dragon race want it? Long Hao chuckled. Of course we want it. I just want to help you on account of our relationship. The cultivation forces of the Earth immortal world are not very strong. Now, only the hidden sect and the human school can enter. Han Yu frowned and asked, is this the intention of my ancestor? He already knew that his ancestor had an extremely high status in the hidden sect. Your ancestor doesn't have the time to care about you. I just want to help you and fight for the right to enter the hidden sect as soon as possible, Long Hao said angrily. At first, he only befriended Han Yu because he looked like Han Ju. After interacting with him for so long, the two of them were already very concerned. Recently, he had learned in the myriad worlds projection that Han Ju was about to have a son. This child's potential was extremely heaven-defying. When this kid descended, Han Ju would definitely forget Han Yu even more. In Long Hao's opinion, no matter how well Han Yu did, he was far inferior to Han Ju. The greatest opportunity in the world was to win Han Ju's favor. Han Yu hesitated for a moment and said, all right, I'll bring my Han family disciples there first. If I succeed, I'll bring the humans in. Long Hao beamed. Don't worry. There are no powerful cultivators in the Earth immortal world. We're going to carry out the duty of immortal gods and spread our faith to absorb providence. Han Yu nodded. Outside the heavenly Tao. In the city of the Calamity Race, Divine Lord Peacock was meditating and cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a terrifying cold light. He looked over. An extremely powerful aura was quickly attacking from the depths of the darkness. It was unstoppable. Soon, he saw a mighty figure. It was unknown how tall it was, but it was even larger than the entire immortal world. This figure was bare-chested. His muscles were like huge mountains. He held a huge axe in his hand. The blade was surrounded by visible flames, like the chaotic chi when the world was created. It was vast and ancient. Divine Lord Peacock frowned. His gaze landed on the giant's face. This person's hair was disheveled and his white hair danced wildly. He looked like a demon. His face was wild and the corners of his mouth revealed killing intent and cruelty. Freedom Realm Fellow, what are you doing here in my heavenly Tao? A cold voice entered Divine Lord Peacock's ears. Divine Lord Peacock immediately flashed into the darkness and turned to look at the giant. This giant was Han Ju's good friend, Pan Xian. Pan Xian was much younger than before. His body was completely different from before. He had the aura of the legendary giant god Pangu. Who are you? Divine Lord Peacock asked in a low voice. The first thing he thought of was that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord's disciple. This person revealed that he was a heavenly Tao living being and was so powerful. He was very likely sent by the dark forbidden lord. Pan Xian said disdainfully, "Remember my name, I'm Pan Xian." "No, you won't have the chance to remember it." With that, he suddenly raised the heaven-opening axe and slashed down angrily. His body was even larger than the immortal world. Just the terrifying wind stirred up by his raised arm was enough to tear everything apart. The chaotic chi in the dark forbidden zone surged violently. The heaven-opening axe slashed out with unstoppable force. Divine Lord Peacock raised his right hand. A five-colored divine light shot out from his back and collided with the heaven-opening axe. The five-colored divine light shattered. The terrifying wind landed on Divine Lord Peacock's body. In an instant, Divine Lord Peacock's body was destroyed. In the next second, Divine Lord Peacock appeared in another place with a terrified expression. How can this be? Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. His five-colored divine light was his intrinsic mystical power that had been upgraded to a great Tao mystical power. This was his strongest reliance. Even a great Tao sage would stagger when brushed by the five-colored divine light. His gaze was fixed on the heaven-opening axe in Pan Xian's hand. What was that? Pan Xian smiled disdainfully and swung his axe again. Divine Lord Peacock was completely furious. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Divine Lord Peacock rushed towards Pan Xian, and a huge battle immediately erupted. In the heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, the sages were alarmed by the terrifying battle aura. Han Ju, who was cultivating, was the same. He opened his eyes and recognized that Divine Lord Peacock's opponent was Pan Xian. Holding the heaven-opening axe, Pan Xian was extremely ferocious. He was completely suppressing Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju was not surprised. After all, Pan Xian had killed his way out of a group of great Tao sages. Why isn't my heaven-opening axe so powerful? Han Ju was depressed. The heaven-opening axe he had obtained from the system had already been thrown into the system space. Seeing the heaven-opening axe in Pan Xian's hand, his heart burned again. It had to be said that the heaven-opening axe was really cool. It swept through the world. Who could compete? At the same time, Han Ju mourned for Divine Lord Peacock. He had just returned and was being beaten again. Han Ju didn't want to interfere. He might not be Pan Xian's match now. Staying away from trouble was the right choice. Will Pan Xian harm the heavenly Tao? Han Ju asked in his mind. The current Pan Xian was indeed powerful. He had to be wary. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. He has the providence of the heavenly Tao. With the death of the heavenly Tao, his strength will decrease greatly and he will even lose control of the supreme treasure. Seeing this line of words, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, Pan Xian was on the heavenly Tao's side. Han Ju closed his eyes. The 1,000-year mark was not reached yet. He couldn't stop. As for Divine Lord Peacock, if he died in Pan Xian's hands, it meant that he had no fate with the great Tao. However, Han Ju still believed that he could escape. This fellow had such a bad temper. If he was going to die, he would have died long ago. In the blink of an eye. Han Ju's 1,000-year seclusion ended. He opened his eyes in shock. Pan Xian and Divine Lord Peacock were still fighting. The two of them had fought for more than 600 years. They had already entered a deeper space. Only sages could sense it. It seemed that Pan Xian was still very worried about the heavenly Tao, afraid that the battle pressure would affect it. Divine Lord Peacock shone with the five-colored divine light. His speed was extremely fast, turning into afterimages. Even sages were dazzled. Pan Xian couldn't keep up with his speed. Divine Lord Peacock's five-colored divine light was like a blade, causing Pan Xian to be covered in injuries. However, this did not affect him at all. Pan Xian's aura was still domineering. Han Ju's blood boiled. This was a true battle. However, I still pursue the path of insta-kill. Although such a battle is exciting, it's too dangerous. Han Ju thought silently. Chapter 671 Infinite Reverence. Chapter 671 Infinite Reverence. Han Ju watched the battle for a long time. He suddenly felt that the reason why Pan Xian could survive from a group of great Dao sages might be because he was durable. Divine Lord Peacock's aura began to weaken, and so did his speed. He was often struck by Pan Xian's heaven-opening axe and his body was destroyed. On the other hand, Pan Xian seemed to be injured, but his condition was still high and did not show any signs of decline. At this rate, if Divine Lord Peacock did not escape, he would definitely die. Fellow Daoist Han, come to the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice entered his ears. Han Ju looked up. Sweeping his sage sense through the 33rd heaven, he discovered that all the sages had gone to the Universal Hall. He was relieved. He flashed into the Universal Hall and all the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, Pan Xian has returned. He should be on the Heavenly Dao's side. Previously, he had been hunted down and suppressed by Jin Shen. If he's willing to protect the Heavenly Dao, this matter has to be resolved. Jin Shen was the ancient master of calamity. The sages discussed this matter. Han Ju only listened and didn't say anything. He also learned about Pan Xian and Jin Shen's past. Jin Shen was one of the Dao ancestor's disciples. Back then, when the Dao ancestor first preached after attaining the Dao, Jin Shen had also participated. As the calamity increased, the Dao ancestor conferred Jin Shen as the master of calamity, meaning to maintain the order of the calamity. The calamity also had rules. For example, after the calamity began, living beings outside the Heavenly Dao were not allowed to enter. Pan Xian was Pangu's descendant. After he entered the calamity, he would not encounter heavenly punishment, so he always acted recklessly. Jin Shen had no choice but to take action. As time passed, the two of them formed a grudge that could not be resolved. Now that Pan Xian had risen, Jin Shen was only at the perfected pseudosage realm. How could he be his match? When Pan Xian entered the Heavenly Dao, he would definitely threaten the sages to hand over Jin Shen. Han Ju also learned that the reason why Jin Shen targeted Pan Xian was because of the other sages. Pan Xian used to be fearless and didn't even care about sages. He often said bad things about sages and offended them. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Zhou Shilai, and Emperor Shao had all schemed against him. After arguing for a long time, the sages finally decided to see Pan Xian's attitude. If he really wanted revenge, they could only hand over Jin Shen. Han Ju had no objections to this. If he was Pan Xian, he would also think of a way to crush Jin Shen. Otherwise, he would be unhappy. After the conversation ended, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River to continue cultivating. Subconsciously glancing at Xing Hongxian, he suddenly froze. Xing Hongxian was meditating and cultivating, but she did not notice the situation in her body. Han Ju saw that the fetus was posing in the womb. Its movements slowly changed as if it was cultivating this posture. Han Ju widened his eyes. Wasn't this the action of Pan Xian swinging his axe? Was this kid imitating Pan Xian? But how did he see it? Even the pseudo-sages in the Heavenly Dao could not spy on the battle between Pan Xian and Divine Lord Peacock. Was this the primordial Fian Celestial's talent? Why don't I have it? Han Ju hesitated. No matter what, it was a good thing that his son was talented. In any case, this kid was still being nurtured. It was unknown when he would be born. Han Ju shook his head and continued cultivating. 2,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already close to breaking through. He could break through in at most 1,000 years. More than 30,000 years had passed since his last breakthrough. Time passed really quickly. Han Ju looked over. Divine Lord Peacock had already escaped and Pan Xian was still recuperating in the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju checked the emails and saw one. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and was severely injured. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for Divine Lord Peacock. Ever since he met Han Ju, Divine Lord Peacock seemed to have been very unlucky. Could this fellow also treat Pan Xian as the Dark Forbidden Lord's disciple? Amused, Han Ju immediately sent him a dream. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock saw him and remained silent. Han Ju didn't say anything. The atmosphere was awkward. After a long while, Divine Lord Peacock snorted. What supreme treasure is your disciple using? After being defeated by Pan Xian, he almost felt depressed, but he quickly blamed the defeat on the heaven-opening axe. Pan Xian was not his match, but the heaven-opening axe was too strong. Han Ju said, heaven-opening axe. Divine Lord Peacock's pupils suddenly dilated. The Khanate supreme treasure of giant god Pangu? I see. That makes sense. Then, are you convinced? 1111 Divine Lord Peacock was silent. He was actually not convinced. He pinched his fingers and calculated Pan Xian. He couldn't figure it out. Now that Han Ju admitted it and even said the name of that Dharma treasure, it meant that Pan Xian was really his disciple. Damn it! Divine Lord Peacock was extremely aggrieved. He had always wanted to challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord and even brought the karma bead so that the other party couldn't curse him. In the end, before he could really see the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was defeated by his disciple. He had been invincible in his life and was almost invincible in the same realm. In the end, the more Divine Lord Peacock thought about it, the angrier he became. He even felt that his persistence was meaningless. Han Ju said, find a place to cultivate well and come to me in the future. Divine Lord Peacock replied gloomily. Han Ju said, don't be discouraged. Pan Xian himself is not that strong. In the future, as long as you are loyal, I can also make you stronger, even surpassing the Great Tao. Do you know what realm is above the Great Tao Sage realm? What realm? Above the Great Tao Sage realm is the Great Tao Supreme realm. Above that is the Tao Creator realm. Do you know how insignificant the Freedom realm is now? Divine Lord Peacock was silent as waves surged in his mind. He thought that a great Tao sage was the strongest existence. He didn't expect there to be 2 levels above. He had never heard of them. Han Ju said meaningfully, my goal is not the heavenly Tao or the deity realm of the ruins of End, but a higher level. I can't tell you for the time being. The reason why I'm looking for you is not because of your strength, but because I like your future. One day, you will understand that all the disputes today are child's play. When the true great Tao immeasurable calamity descends, the heavenly Tao and the deity realm of the ruins of End won't be able to take care of themselves. What great Tao sage? Just cannon fodder. The strongest can destroy 3,000 great Tao with a flip of their hand. Those who aren't eternal can't escape the immeasurable karma. Those transcendent existences can turn your cognitive world into nothingness with a thought. Han Ju's words were extremely domineering as if he was a Tao creator. Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. He suddenly felt very small. Divine Lord Peacock's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, with Divine Lord Peacock's cultivation, how could he trust others easily? However, he couldn't see through Han Ju. He couldn't see through Pan Xian and the inauspicious Divine Emperor. When all the unknown gathered together, it would produce endless reverence. Although Divine Lord Peacock was arrogant, he knew that he was not invincible. There was always someone better. Divine Lord Peacock took a deep breath and said, "From now on, I will acknowledge you as my master. I hope you can bring me to a higher level." Chapter 672 Breakthrough. Karma Heaven. Chapter 672 Breakthrough. Karma Heaven. Hanju and Divine Lord Peacock chatted for a long time. After Divine Lord Peacock returned, under Hanju's instructions, he began to talk about what had happened when he was captured by the inauspicious Divine Emperor. It turned out that the inauspicious Divine Emperor did not hand him over to the evil Heavenly Emperor at all. Instead, he used him to bargain with him. While the two sides were fighting, Divine Lord Peacock escaped. Divine Lord Peacock even asked if Hanju had asked the inauspicious Divine Emperor to let him escape on purpose. This was because the last time the inauspicious Divine Emperor attacked, his strength was much inferior, as if he was severely injured. Hanju only smiled and didn't say anything. Divine Lord Peacock was still very puzzled. Since the evil Heavenly Emperor and the inauspicious Divine Emperor were both working for the Dark Forbidden Lord, why were they fighting among themselves? Hanju asked, "Why are the three pure ones divided into three branches?" Divine Lord Peacock was silent. No matter what, Hanju accepted Divine Lord Peacock. He let him recuperate first and contact him in the future. After the battle with Pan-Xian, Divine Lord Peacock's soul origin had been damaged greatly. He needed time to recuperate. "I have to break through quickly. When the time comes, I'll capture Divine Lord Peacock and throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. He'll completely become my lackey." Hanju thought silently. If he defeated Divine Lord Peacock and he sincerely submitted, Hanju couldn't use the primordial heavenly prison. Continue cultivating. Hanju perked up and started sprinting. 600 years later, Hanju began to break through. It took him more than 300 years to break through. Awesome! It had been a long time. His dermic powers surged. His soul was elevated. Every breakthrough was a sublimation. At this moment, Hanju felt that his potential was not so mediocre after all. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 197,496 octillion 304 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999, race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, late stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. Not only did his lifespan increase, but it also doubled. Hanju felt that it was a little ridiculous how his lifespan refreshed every time he broke through. Coupled with the Book of Misfortune, he was simply invincible. However, on second thought, he had to break through quickly. If it were anyone else, how could they break through so quickly? Even if he gave the Book of Misfortune to others, once they became addicted, they would be squeezed dry by the book before they could break through and refresh their lifespan. They would die of old age. Hanju felt that he couldn't rely on the Book of Misfortune. He had to reduce his reliance on it. 200 years later, Hanju completely stabilized his cultivation. He first checked the emails. Your good friend evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. He was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. He was severely injured. Your good friend Pan-Xian has obtained Pangu's inheritance. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hudu comprehended the chaos and obtained the comprehension of reincarnation. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your son Han Tuo was deprived of his body by your enemy, Karma Heaven. His soul was imprisoned. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X78902922, your good friend Huang Zuantian has entered the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju frowned when he saw Han Tuo's encounter. Karma Heaven. How dare you hurt the Heavenly Emperor and my son? Not only that, but you also took away my son's body. Han Ju was worried that Karma Heaven would discover the secret of Han Tuo's body. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing him. Needless to say, he would definitely be killed in one go. Karma Heaven, Great Tao Divine Spirit, formed by the Great Tao of Karma. Later, it was controlled by ancestor Shitian and was deprived of the Great Tao origin. Therefore, it hates the Heavenly Tao. Because you stopped his plan to destroy the Heavenly Tao, it has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ju checked Karma Heaven's information again. Not only was he helping the Heavenly Emperor and Han Tuo, but he was also helping the ancestor eliminate a great enemy. 5 days later. Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He opened his attributes panel and stared at his lifespan. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. 1 trillion years. 10 trillion years. 100 trillion years. Han Ju continued cursing. His current lifespan was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he had decided to use the Book of Misfortune less. Just this once. One last time. Using it less did not mean he would not use it. After adjusting his state of mind, Han Ju focused on cursing. In the dark starry sky, there was a huge oil lamp. Millions of souls floated in the wick. They were imprisoned here and could not escape. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were also among them. Yi Tian said, "Brother, do you find this scene familiar?" Frustrated, Han Tuo was asked in an annoyed tone, "What do you mean?" Back then, when I was suppressed by the Dark Sage King, was it very similar to now? Han Tuo couldn't understand Yi Tian's mind. He was still in the mood to joke. The enemy this time was different from the past. Even the evil Heavenly Emperor was severely injured. Millions of heavenly troops were suppressed here and endured the burning of the lamp. It was a fate worse than death. Han Tuo couldn't help but think of his father. He was his only hope. He said that he wanted to grow up on his own. He didn't expect to need his father's help again. At this moment, the dark starry sky stirred up a cold wind. The lights of the huge oil lamp swayed as the fire increased, causing many heavenly troops to wail. A great pressure descended. Han Tuo actually felt as if his soul was about to dissipate. What happened? Han Tuo was shocked and swept his gaze in all directions. Yi Tian asked carefully, "What does that fellow want?" Han Tuo did not answer him. The huge oil lamp had a mysterious restriction that prevented them from using their divine sense. They could only use their naked eyes to capture it. Humph, what a heavenly court. I didn't expect you to have the backing of the Dark Forbidden Lord. A cold snort sounded. Han Tuo remembered that the other party was the mysterious mighty figure who had suppressed them. Millions of heavenly troops were captured by the other party with a single hand. It was still a nightmare to think about such a mystical power. Since you want to save them, I'll devour their bodies. Karma Heaven's voice sounded again. In an instant, Han Tuo's expression changed drastically. He felt that his body was already gone. It was not only him. The other souls could also feel it. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, causing their souls to quickly weaken. Because of your curse, your enemy Karma Heaven's Tao heart has wavered. Because of your curse, your enemy Karma Heaven's Tao heart shattered and his cultivation decreased greatly. Your enemy Karma Heaven has devoured 1,000,000 living beings. His bloodline has fused with them and his providence has increased greatly. Seeing the latest emails, Han Ju's expression darkened. Could it be that Karma Heaven had eaten Han Tuo? Courting death. Han Ju continued cursing. He had already consumed 2 quadrillion years of his lifespan, and it was still decreasing. 3 quadrillion years. The mental demons of your enemy, Karma Heaven, were born because of your curse. 4 quadrillion years. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, is affected by your curse. His mental demons are causing trouble. His bloodline is surging and his body was destroyed. 5 quadrillion years. Aren't you going to die? Chapter 673 Soul Transforming into the Great Tao. Chapter 673 Soul Transforming into the Great Tao. I don't believe it. I have to kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I have to make sure you can't jump around anymore. Han Ju muttered to himself. The black light of the Book of Misfortune flickered, causing his expression to change. He looked very cold, like an evil villain plotting behind the scenes. His lifespan continued to decrease rapidly. 6 quadrillion years. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, is affected by your curse. Mental demons wreak havoc and his soul is severely injured. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, perished and his soul transformed into the great Tao of Karma. Han Ju's curse missed after that. Karma Heaven had perished. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. Karma Heaven's portrait was still there. He had relied on some method to survive. Just like the chaotic deity in Kundi, although they were believed to have died, they were actually still alive. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned as crimson light filled the sky. It was a spectacular and beautiful sight. Han Ju curled his lips when he saw this. What was the heavenly Tao doing? It always mourned for the enemy. If a sage in the heavenly Tao died, the heavenly Tao would not react. Han Ju had reason to suspect that the heavenly Tao was a traitor. The heavenly Tao had once given birth to a heavenly Tao spirit and was absorbed by Feng Liang. Han Ju suddenly wondered if the heavenly Tao spirit was still around. Han Ju didn't calculate. It didn't affect him much, anyway. Karma Heaven transformed into the great Tao and was not a threat for the time being. Han Tuo should be able to escape or be saved by the evil heavenly emperor. As for his body, if he couldn't find it, there was nothing he could do. Everything was karma. Han Ju closed his eyes and began to improve his sword Tao mystical powers. Several months later, he continued to comprehend the grand unity aspect. 130 years passed. Han Ju learned 50 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, accumulating a total of 349. He gained another 50 different Great Tao powers. Han Ju concluded that many Great Tao actually had the same effect, but the exact performance was different. Among the new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, the one that left the deepest impression on him was the Spatial Absorption Fiend Celestial. It could absorb space. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the space they could absorb. As long as they were strong enough, it was not impossible to absorb the entire chaos and fuse it with themselves. Not only could the Spatial Absorption Fiend Celestial take away space, but it could also absorb and fuse it into its own power. Han Ju felt that if the Spatial Absorption Fiend Celestial stayed cautious like him, Pangu might not be able to defeat it. Apart from that, the wondrous technique Fiend Celestial, the Flesh Fiend Celestial, and the Blood Chi Fiend Celestial also interested Han Ju. After receiving a mystical power, the power that the wondrous technique Fiend Celestial could use was extremely abnormal. Han Ju felt that the Flesh Fiend Celestial was like Pan-Xian, the great Tao that represented the limit of the body. Its attack might not be powerful, but its endurance was heaven-defying. The Blood Chi Fiend Celestial burned its blood essence to transform into supreme dermic powers. At the same time, it could seize the blood essence of others. It was extremely domineering. Han Ju began the simulation trial to adapt to the new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He also wanted to see if the Heaven-Opening Axe, the Killing Tao Token, and the Primordial Judgment Sword could display greater power in the hands of the Dharma idols. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the universal hall. The sages sat side by side. Facing them were Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Pan Xian. Unlike the seriousness of the sages, Pan Xian's posture was indecent, sloppy, and rude, like a hooligan in the streets. Pan Xian, who had transformed into the size of an ordinary person, was still burly. He stood beside Heavenly Venerate Xian Du like an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were strong and wild. His white hair was disheveled, and his eyes were like ferocious beasts sweeping across the sages. The sages had unnatural expressions and were a little afraid of him. Shi Dudao and Li Daokong were secretly disdainful. He had only picked up Pangu's providence, not cultivated it himself. They looked down on Pan Xian because he did not have the demeanor of an expert. Pan Xian grinned and said, "Everyone, I didn't expect this day to come. Are you very shocked?" He looked at Qiu Shilai and cursed. "Bald donkey, weren't you very arrogant in the past? Why didn't you use the Tao destruction mystical power to destroy me?" Qiu Shilai's face twitched, but he did not say anything. Pan Xian began to scold them one by one. The sages who were scolded looked a little embarrassed. However, Pan Xian was indeed different from before. They didn't dare to put on airs. Although they were undying and indestructible in the heavenly Tao, what if Pan Xian kept killing them? Just like how Han Ju killed the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, causing him to have no choice but to escape and never dare to provoke Han Ju again. What if Pan Xian did the same to them? Pan Xian looked at Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, and Fang Liang. He thought for a moment and ignored them. Even Heavenly Venerate Wufa was scolded by him. "Don't worry. I'm no longer the same as before. I won't care about the past. From today onwards, I'll protect the heavenly Tao. I won't participate in the battle for providence, but I only ask for one thing. I want you to ensure that the heavenly Tao's providence continues to increase. If the providence decreases, I'll have to consider establishing a new sage." Pan Xian snorted, his face filled with arrogance. The sages were silent. Li Daokong suddenly couldn't take it anymore and cursed. "Stop acting arrogant. If you're really that strong, why don't you directly sweep through the deity realm of the ruins of End and ensure the heavenly Tao's absolute safety?" Pan Xian glanced at him. "I've already swept through the deity realm of the ruins of End." Li Daokong chuckled. Seeing that the argument had affected the hidden sect sage, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had no choice but to say, "Since fellow Taoist Pan doesn't care about the past, we'll make peace and protect the heavenly Tao together. After the ancient desolate is broken, the deity realm of the ruins of End will definitely covet the heavenly Tao even more. Fellow Taoist Pan, can you tell us about the situation in the deity realm of the ruins of End?" The sages nodded. They were also very curious about the situation there. Pan Xian said, "The deity realm of the ruins of End is indeed in chaos. Those great Tao sages are moving their inheritances out one after another. It's not only the great Tao sages who threaten the heavenly Tao, but also the terrifying existences in the ancient desolate. I've been to the ancient desolate and know that many powerful existences want to step on the heavenly Tao to attain the Tao. The heavenly Tao is the giant god Pangu's providence and the way the Tao ancestor used to attain the Tao. To those transcendent Tao cultivators and great Tao deities comparable to the great Tao sages, it has an irresistible attraction." He began to talk about the ancient desolate. He spoke very seriously, but he looked relaxed and did not take the ancient desolate seriously at all. Now, he was extremely confident that he would become the next Pangu. On the other side, Han Ju stayed in the simulation trial for 20 years. He felt that his combat ability had increased again. Even when facing Ancestor Shitian, he was no longer easily controlled. He could persist and not be killed. Of course, he was still not Ancestor Shitian's match. Han Ju couldn't help but be shocked by Pan Xian's strength. How did this fellow escape from a group of great Tao sages? At the thought of Pan Xian, Han Ju's eyes lit up. He looked up. Pan Xian had indeed entered the heavenly Tao and had even established his own Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. Pangu Hall. How pretentious. Han Ju immediately moved to the front of Pangu Hall and used the simulation trial to detect Pan Xian. Almost instantly, he jumped back into the 100-peak immortal river. In the Pangu Hall, Pan Xian opened his eyes. He frowned and muttered, "That aura just now was a little familiar." Chapter 674 Pangu's Reincarnation. Chapter 674 Pangu's Reincarnation. After returning to the Daoist temple, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged Pan Xian. An hour later, he began the second simulation trial. Just as he had guessed, Pan Xian's strength was mainly reflected in his indestructible body. This kind of immortality was even more domineering than the revival of the heavenly Tao. It was impossible to destroy his body. As for the heaven-opening axe, it was too slow and couldn't hurt Han Ju at all. If Divine Lord Peacock could dodge, so could he. Han Ju used the primordial divine rage to fuse with the power of the Fiend Celestials and finally cut Pan Xian in half. In the end, a green lotus rose and enveloped him, blocking all the attacks. 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus. Not bad. Han Ju began to immerse himself in the battle with Pan Xian. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. How satisfying. A confident smile appeared on his face again. He had the stellar primordial body and grasped many great Tao mystical powers. He held all sorts of supreme treasures and could always fight across realms. Pan Xian was strong, but he might not be able to compare to him. Although he didn't find a way to shatter the 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus, he could already injure Pan Xian's body. The terrifying power after the fusion of the chaotic Fiend Celestial Dharma idols could tear Pan Xian apart. He discovered that Pan Xian's body was very complicated and actually contained the power of many great Tao. If it was a cultivator who only grasped one great Tao, he would indeed be unable to defeat him. The great Tao sages only cultivated one great Tao. Just one great Tao was enough for them to comprehend for countless years. Furthermore, there was a rejection between the various great Tao. Not everyone was like Han Ju. He also solved his doubts. Pan Xian wasn't powerful enough to resist a group of great Tao sages, but the great Tao sages couldn't hurt him at all. Apart from his powerful body, he also had the 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus. Similarly, because of the difference in cultivation, he couldn't hurt the great Tao sages. It was probably because they couldn't kill after attacking for a long time that the great Tao sages let Pan Xian go. The battle with Pan Xian made Han Ju regain his confidence. Pan Xian could beat the perfected Divine Lord Peacock, and he could also beat Pan Xian. Didn't that mean that Han Ju was already invincible in the Freedom Realm? That's right. It was a beating. After more than 10,000 simulation trials, Han Ju could already prevent Pan Xian from hurting him at all. He couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. However, it was very difficult to kill Pan Xian. First, he had to think of a way to break through the strongest defense of the 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus. Han Ju looked down at the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and sighed. It was really incomparable. It was infuriating. They were both lotuses, but why was the other party's lotus so strong? Han Ju shook his head and stood up. He began to stretch his muscles and bones. At the same time, he covered the great Tao of extreme origin and made all the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river enter a state of Tao comprehension. The sound of the great Tao kept echoing in their ears. Countless ideas burst out from their minds and attacked the barriers they encountered in their cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Ju began to observe the immortal world. Cities had already been built near the 100-peak Immortal River. Under the operation of Li Xian'eo and Han Zuetian, the number of in-name disciples of the hidden sect was increasing at a terrifying speed. With the reputation of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, Li Xian'eo easily took back the 3 regions. The hidden sect was developing well. In the immortal world, humans became more and more like the heavenly Tao race. Han Ju discovered that not only the immortal world, but the providence of the humans in the earth immortal world also became stronger and stronger. Moreover, the providence of the 2 worlds was actually fusing. He counted with his fingers and smiled. Long Hao had improved. He wasn't as rash as before and knew how to use his brain. Han Ju took a look at Han Yu. This fellow was still stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin. It was indeed not easy to break through to the zenith heaven realm. It could block the path of 90% of the deity realm experts. Ever since Pan Xian returned, the providence of the heavenly Tao had been increasing exponentially. Even the heavenly Tao domain was constantly expanding. How impressive! Thinking of something, Han Ju immediately checked Pan Xian's profile picture. Pan Xian, late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, Pangu's reincarnation, one of the first living beings after creation. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity and was playing in the mortal world. Afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he especially infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Because of your nature, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 3 stars, gasp late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm. Last time, he was only a Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Wasn't his strength growing too quickly? Han Ju noticed something. Pan Xian used to be Pangu's descendant. Why did he suddenly become Pangu's reincarnation? Something was wrong. Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. Why did Pan Xian become Pangu's reincarnation? 150 billion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Detected that Pan Xian's body contains karma that exceeds the system's current limit. It is corroding his soul bit by bit until the reincarnation process ends. Han Ju remained silent. He suddenly began to pity Pan Xian. In the end, you're still a pawn. Perhaps Pan Xian did not even realize this and was still immersed in powerful joy. How long will this process take? 150 billion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Can't deduce it accurately. With the current transformation speed of his soul, it will take at least 100 million years. 100 million years. Han Ju frowned. This speed was actually very fast. Previously, when the Dark Sage King planned to invade the Heavenly Tao, it would take billions or even tens of billions of years. Han Ju wasn't sure what his cultivation level would be in 100 million years. But no matter what, he had to hurry up and become stronger. If Pangu descended into the Heavenly Tao, it would not be safe. Pangu. Tao ancestor. What are you guys plotting? Han Ju fell into deep thought. These 2 transcendent existences were trying their best to revive. It was really strange. It seemed that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was not groundless. It would even involve all the supreme experts since ancient times. Han Ju couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. In the darkness, an old Taoist slowly walked forward. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet and space fluctuated. It was Ancestor Shitian. Ancestor Shitian looked forward expressionlessly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly stopped. There was still darkness ahead, and nothing could be seen. Ancestor Shitian said, "Why did you transform into the Great Tao? This isn't your style." As soon as he finished speaking, a venomous voice sounded, "Shitian, tell me the truth. Are you the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Dark Forbidden Lord? Ancestor Shitian asked in surprise, "You were cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord? Why did he do that?" Before this, what did you do and who did you target? The vicious voice sounded again, humph, still pretending. I only captured people from the heavenly court. Ancestor Shitian pinched his fingers to deduce and revealed a look of realization. Immediately, his gaze became complicated. It's really him. Ancestor Shitian turned around and left. Shitian, you forced me back into the Great Tao. Do you think you can control the power of the Great Tao of Karma alone? You can't escape this chaotic chessboard. You're still a pawn. I want to see how long you can struggle. The vicious voice was filled with mockery. Ancestor Shitian did not turn around or answer. He seemed old but extremely determined. Chapter 675 200,000 years old. Chapter 675 200,000 years old. 1,000 years passed. Han Ju originally wanted to enter seclusion until his 200,000th birthday, but considering that Li Xian'ou had been waiting outside the Dao field for a long time, he still stopped cultivating. He moved him into the Daoist temple. Li Xian'ou waited for more than 10 years and finally saw Han Ju. He heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't think too much about it. He knew that Han Ju was used to going into seclusion for 1,000 years. Before the 1,000 years were up, even a sage could forget about seeing him. Sect Master, now that the hidden sect, Li Xian'ou began to report the situation. The number of outer disciples had already exceeded 10 million. There was a threshold for the hidden sect to recruit disciples. They had to be at least a Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. Apart from recruiting disciples, many sage sects and races also took the initiative to express their goodwill. During this period of time, many geniuses appeared among the hidden sect disciples outside the 100-peak Immortal River. This was the Heavenly Tao. It seemed to be inferior to the deity realm of the Ruins of End, but it had a deep foundation and often produced geniuses. The great Tao sages in the deity realm of the Ruins of End were also once Heavenly Tao living beings. Now, they could even compare to some chaotic fiend celestials. It was enough to show the potential of the Heavenly Tao living beings. Li Xian'ou wanted to recommend some talented disciples to cultivate in the 100-peak Immortal River. The spirit qi in the Tao field was richer than all the holy lands in the immortal world. Even if Han Ju didn't preach the Tao, it was still a huge opportunity. Han Ju didn't refuse and gave Li Xian'ou 100 spots. Actually, the 100-peak Immortal River was very big, but he wanted to create the illusion that the quota was very tight and let Li Xian'ou choose the most outstanding disciples. The disciples who entered would also cherish the opportunity and work harder. Li Xian'ou was very excited after receiving the answer. 100 spots. He was confident that he could choose 100 geniuses with at least Zenith Heaven potential, or even pseudo-sages. He was very excited at the thought that 100 Zenith Heavens would rise in the future because of his promotion. He was also a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, but he was far inferior to Li Dao Kong. He felt that it was very difficult to improve, so he wanted to focus on managing the hidden sect and fight for himself in another aspect. Han Ju and Li Xian'ou were very satisfied. After Li Xian'ou left, Han Ju continued cultivating and prepared to welcome his 200,000th birthday. The current immortal world could be said to be flourishing. The Calamity race had already fused with the Heavenly Tao. More and more mortal worlds were born. Under the instructions of the sages, more and more sects and races began to explore the Dark Forbidden Zone. Although the Dark Forbidden Zone was empty, too many experts had died there over the years. This was an opportunity. In addition, there were also some secret realms and dimensional spaces hidden in the Dark Forbidden Zone. They were all things that were helpful for the development of a faction. To sages, such an arrangement could help the Heavenly Tao understand the chaos more effectively and even know some potential enemies in advance. Although there were battles in the immortal world, the overall situation was very peaceful. In such a golden age, cultivation talent was the easiest to stand out. Without battles, geniuses could grow better. Many geniuses also appeared on the heavenly Tao Providence board. Time passed. 1,000 years later. Words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are already 200,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Leave the heavenly Tao immediately and spread the name of the primordial fiend celestial in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. As expected of a choice that could only be triggered once every 100,000 years. The reward was still very generous. Han Ju maintained his original intention and silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the chaos. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure, Time Tao robe, defensive chaotic supreme treasure. A defensive supreme treasure condensed from the power of time. It can defend against attacks from great Tao existences. Defend against the attack of great Tao existences. Han Ju was delighted. He liked defensive Dharma treasures the most. Pan Xian's 36th grade chaotic green lotus made him extremely envious. Apart from that, he had already accumulated 8 great Tao fragments. He was only missing one more to comprehend a great Tao mystical power. In addition to the creation spirit stone, he could nurture another chaotic fiend celestial. He was naturally happy. What a harvest! Han Ju immediately took out the Time Tao robe and prepared to make it recognize him as its master. The Time Tao robe was very gorgeous. The inner layer was a white robe with the patterns of the Great Tao. It was silver blue and mysterious. The outer layer was covered in Tao light that was like a light veil, bright and resplendent. After spending a few years, Han Ju finally refined the 49 layers of restrictions in the Time Tao robe and completely controlled this supreme treasure. This method was different from other Dharma treasures, but to Han Ju, it was not difficult. After putting on the robe, Han Ju felt even more handsome. He retracted his freedom divine light in the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, revealing his peerless appearance. In the past, he felt that the divine light all over his body was very impressive. Now, he was a little tired of it. No wonder even an existence like the ancestor had returned to his original state. Han Ju started the simulation trial. His opponent was still Pan Xian. He stood and let Pan Xian slash him. After an hour, Han Ju finally felt bored. Pan Xian couldn't break through his defense at all. Han Ju continued to challenge Ancestor Shitian. The ancestor was also unable to break through his defense, but Han Ju couldn't kill him either. He could only say that there was a 50-50 chance. Han Ju experienced the feeling of Pan Xian facing a group of great Tao sages. It was really satisfying. Han Ju continued to change opponents. He discovered that all the experts in the simulation trial could not break through the Time Tao robe's defense. Sigh. It was so lonely to be invincible. Han Ju felt that he was too arrogant, but his opponent was only like this. He had no choice. He placed his attention on the Fiend Celestial Chi in the primordial world and began to choose the chaotic Fiend Celestial he was about to nurture. If I nurture the Strength Fiend Celestial, will Panga notice? Han Ju asked in his mind. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He was mainly asking about the Strength Fiend Celestial and not Panga himself. Yes, Han Ju immediately dismissed this thought. He couldn't provoke Panga for the time being. Han Ju finally decided to use the Creation Spirit Stone on the Time Fiend Celestial. The Time Fiend Celestial was a Fiend Celestial Dharma idol that he had comprehended a long time ago. The law of time was also extremely powerful among the 3,000 great Tao. In the future, he might be able to use the time fiend celestial to help him. The creation process required time. Han Ju focused on Xing Hongxian next door. Her abdomen had already swelled slightly, but she still didn't look pregnant. That brat was still in her womb. Han Ju finally understood. The connate primordial fiend celestial was different from the postnatal primordial fiend celestial, just like the difference between the heavenly constellation fiend celestial and Morong Qi. Han Ju was a postnatal primordial fiend celestial who had transformed. Han Tuo was still in the process of transformation. He looked forward to his youngest son's talent after he was born. To prevent any accidents, he decided to give Xing Hongxian an absolute purification every few days to prevent some supernatural existences from plotting against him. Chapter 676 Dominating the Heavenly Tao, 4th Generation Disciple. Chapter 676 Dominating the Heavenly Tao, 4th Generation Disciple outside the 33rd Heaven. In the Pangu Hall. Pan Xian sat on the 36th grade chaotic green lotus and looked disdainfully at a man kneeling in front of him. This man wore a black robe. His hair was disheveled and his face was old. At this moment, his face was ashen and his eyes were empty. Jin Shen, oh Jin Shen, weren't you very proud in the past? Do you still think I'm an ant? Pan Xian asked mockingly. Jin Shen did not answer and continued kneeling. After Pan Xian became a sage, in order to stabilize him, the sages had no choice but to ask Jin Shen to personally come and apologize. Although Pan Xian did not mention it, this matter could easily cause trouble. Jin Shen was forced by the sages to come. He didn't hate the sages because this was reality. He had also used his power to suppress others in the past. Now, the tables had turned. However, he didn't regret it. He could only blame Pan Xian for being lucky and obtaining Pangu's inheritance. Looking at the silent Jin Shen, Pan Xian suddenly felt bored. Before he returned, he had thought of at least 10,000 ways to deal with him. However, when Jin Shen knelt in front of him, the hatred in his heart suddenly dissipated. He knew that Jin Shen was not really convinced, but was forced by the other sages. He suddenly understood. If Jin Shen really wanted to kill him, why did he suppress him so many times? Although Pan Xian thought of this, he didn't want to pursue the reason. No matter which sage it was, as long as they were in the heavenly Tao, he couldn't kill them. Besides, he knew his limits. He had a foul mouth in the past. Other than the new sages, almost all the other sages had been offended by him. If he really wanted to settle scores, it would be too troublesome. However, he couldn't easily let Jin Shen go. If that happened, where would his face go? Pan Xian slowly said, Jin Shen, do you think you're satisfied with your current position? Do you have any other thoughts? Jin Shen replied, I'm willing to listen to the sage's arrangements. He was not surprised. Pan wanted to cut off his heavenly Tao status first and kill him after losing the heavenly Tao's protection. I want to help you become a sage. Are you willing? Pan Xian's next words made Jin Shen suddenly look up as if he had heard wrongly. He was a pseudo-sage. How could he have heard wrongly? Jin Shen was shocked. After a while, he came back to his senses and asked, why? Pan Xian said calmly, you've already been handed over. Other than me, who else can you follow? Jin Shen had a bitter expression. That's right. The sages behind him had already given up on him. Who else could he follow? Besides, he had not become a sage with the other sages. Now that the sage position was in front of him, how could he refuse? As the heavenly Tao becomes stronger, more and more sages will appear. I want to support you not because I'm lying to you, but because I'm familiar with you. Although you've targeted me in the past, I still approve of your actions and character. Pan Xian wasn't lying. Jin Shen had always kept a low profile and never relied on his identity to act recklessly. If not for the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, all living beings might not know of his existence. Jin Shen gritted his teeth and said, "The sage will let bygones be bygones. That's the benevolence of the sage. Since the sage is willing to support me, I naturally won't refuse. I'll be at your disposal in the future." Pan Xian smiled in satisfaction. Taking down Jin Shen was only the first step. His true goal was to control the entire sage circle. He wanted to dominate the heavenly Tao. In the human imperial city, Han Yu held an iron plate and studied it repeatedly. There were all sorts of strange words printed on the iron plate. Even Han Yu couldn't recognize them. This was obtained by Han Yu from the Earth immortal world. It was very hard. Even Long Hao couldn't destroy it. He thought that there was a huge opportunity inside, so he kept it. At this moment, a green-robed man quickly entered the courtyard. He knelt in front of Han Yu and said, "Ancestor, young master is fighting with someone outside the imperial city. The other party is coming aggressively and young master is going to the Sage Tao field to listen to the Tao. I'm afraid young master, the head of the Han family was not Han Yu, but Han Yu's son. The young master was naturally Han Yu's grandson. Han Yu also took good care of his grandson. It was mainly because of Han Ju's influence that he always felt inexplicably close to the younger generation." Han Yu raised his eyebrows and looked over. He suddenly exclaimed. "Grand Unity Golden Immortal, but his soul is at the deity realm. Strange." Han Yu had already reached the sixth mystic divine origin and could see through the soul. He asked, "Where is the other party from?" The green-robed man said, "This child has recently made a name for himself in the immortal world. It's said that he's the reincarnation of a calamity race expert and is extremely talented. Although he's a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, he has killed several immortal emperors." Han Yu raised his hand and grabbed the air. A man in cloth garments landed in front of him. This man had a cold expression and powerful blood essence. He emitted a ferocious aura and was struggling with all his might. However, the dermic powers of the six mystic divine origin were not something he, a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, could break free from. Han Yu waved his hand and gestured for the man in the robe to leave. Then, his gaze landed on the man in the cloth garments. Seeing that the young master's opponent had been subdued, the green-robed man heaved a sigh of relief and immediately left. "Who are you?" Seeing that he couldn't break free, the man asked in a low voice. Han Yu said, "I'm Han Yu of the Han family. The karma between you and my grandson is neither great nor small. There's no need to fight to the death. Let it go. How about I take you in as my disciple?" Han Yu. The linen-clothed man was moved. He had naturally heard of this name. In the human race, Han Yu was an existence comparable to the human emperor. He was the only disciple of the sage, Li Dao Kong. The linen-clothed man said in a low voice, "Is this the bearing of a sage's disciple? He wants to interfere in the matters of the juniors." Han Yu shook his head. "If this really goes on, you'll kill my grandson. The Han family will definitely hunt you down and even cause a conflict between the humans and the Calamity race. The Calamity race has been keeping a low profile after entering the Heavenly Tao. Do you want to cause chaos because of this?" The man was silent. These words were very dangerous to reply to. "I haven't taken in a disciple yet. It's not to resolve the conflict," Han Yu continued. The man was a little tempted. He had come to the Heavenly Tao to attain the Tao and obtain the true method of attaining the Tao. He looked down on his mother's Tao attainment technique. He wanted to walk a path of endless strength. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He had naturally heard of Sage Li Dao Kong. In the previous calamity, he was almost the strongest existence below the sages. Later, he became a disciple of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage and obtained the sage status. If he became Han Yu's disciple and had the chance to interact with Li Dao Kong, he had a chance to interact with the sect master of the hidden sect, immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. He was confident in his talent and needed to find an impressive backer. In the end, he would be stronger than his mother. The second guardian of the hidden sect was recruiting disciples outside the 100-peak Immortal River. The cloth-robed man had asked around and only found out that they were in-name disciples, so he lost interest. If he started as an in-name disciple, he would be too inferior to the sect master of the hidden sect. If he became Han Yu's disciple, he would only be 3 generations inferior to the sect master. The sect master of the hidden sect, Li Dao Kong, Han Yu, and him. He would be a 4th-generation disciple. In a flash, the man thought of many things. He looked up at Han Yu and said, "Disciple Tian Yong greets Master." Chapter 677 Fighting for the Sage Position, Change in the State of Mind. Chapter 677 Fighting for the Sage Position, Change in the State of Mind. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes in a good mood. After reaching the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, he still needed to cultivate persistently and strive to attain the Great Tao as soon as possible. It had to be said that the Primordial Fian Celestial's talent was indeed terrifying. Even at such a high realm, he could still sense visible improvement. Han Ju stood up and headed to the 33rd heaven. Several years ago, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had informed him and agreed to meet at the Universal Hall after his seclusion. After Han Ju entered the hall, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately informed the other sages. The other sages did not have the strange cultivation rules like Han Ju and could be summoned at any time. As for breaking through, Qiu Shilai had already forgotten the taste. To them, the sage realm was already the limit. It was very difficult for them to continue. Pan Xian also came. Seeing Han Ju, he was stunned. Han Ju had already retracted his divine light and revealed his unparalleled appearance. Under the Time Dao robe's contrast, his temperament was extraordinary. "It's you." He remembered Han Ju. Back in the Sword Dao River, he had felt that this child was talented and even wanted to take him in as a disciple. So the sect master of the hidden sect was this kid. At that time, his cultivation level. Pan Xian was shocked, but he smiled on the surface. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time. If not for what he saw today, Pan Xian wouldn't even remember Han Ju. Han Ju smiled and nodded. In the boring years, Pan Xian had contributed a lot to his entertainment. He still remembered Pan Xian's back facing him in the Sword Dao River. His shoulders were loose and his hands were doing something. Pan Xian sighed. "I didn't expect you to be the sect master of the hidden sect." Han Ju said politely, "Senior's return is the Heavenly Dao's fortune. In the future, the Heavenly Dao will still need your protection." Pan Xian smiled even more and found Han Ju very pleasing to the eye. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not speak. Emperor Shao pondered. The south extreme Heavenly Venerate glanced at Sect Master Tian Ju. Seeing that his expression did not change, he did not think too much about Pan Xian was happy because Han Ju was expressing his goodwill. He had already begun to fantasize about subduing him and unifying the Heavenly Dao. He knew very little about Han Ju's actions after attaining the Dao. The sages naturally wouldn't say much. After all, it was more or less a little embarrassing. Han Ju's status was not obtained by currying favor, but by his fists. Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, Li Mui. They were all Han Ju's stepping stones. After the sages arrived, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "With the addition of Pan Xian, the providence of the Heavenly Dao has increased greatly. Now, there are 2 more sage positions available. Today, we will discuss this." The position of a sage was very important. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du definitely couldn't decide this on his own. Actually, even if he didn't say it, the other sages could sense it. As the heavenly Tao became stronger, the sages in the future would definitely form circles and fight equally. Emperor Shao was the first to speak. It's time to give our devil race a sage position. Since ancient times, whenever the heavenly Tao was about to collapse internally, it was always our devil race who stood up and became everyone's target. We let all the living beings of the heavenly Tao unite and resolve karma. Han Ju sighed. In that case, the devil race was actually the scapegoat. It was not considered taking the blame. In order to attract hatred, the devils had indeed done many sins. Xiu Shilai snorted. Our Western sect has 2 sage seats since ancient times. Previously, in order to appease your devil race, the Tao ancestor had already cut off a sage seat of the Buddhist sect. It's time to return it, right? Pan Xian said domineeringly, 2 more seats are available because of me. I'm already a freedom sage. I need to have 1 seat. His tone was unquestionable and left no room for discussion. The other sages also began to fight. Han Ju didn't speak. He no longer needed to fight for the sage position. No matter who it was, as long as they did not threaten him, it was fine. If they did, he would enslave them. The sages began to fight. Han Ju, heavenly venerate Xian Du, and Shi Dudao didn't interrupt. Even Li Daokong and Fang Liang began to fight. Li Daokong wanted to fight for the hidden sect. Previously, Li Xianao had looked for him and complained that as a sage, he did not repay the hidden sect. He was afraid that Han Ju would be dissatisfied. Fang Liang was also fighting for the hidden sect. If the hidden sect did not want it, he would give it to the heavenly Tao sect. In any case, he had to fight. Han Ju listened for a while and felt bored. He stood up and left. Heavenly venerate Xian Du didn't stop him. It was a good thing that Han Ju didn't try to fight with them for the sage seat. After walking out of the Universal Hall, Han Ju didn't return to the 100-peak Immortal River. Instead, he wandered around the 33rd heaven. With the chaotic supreme treasure, he wasn't afraid of being attacked. Passing by Li Daokong's Dao field, Han Ju saw 2 people kneeling in front of the door. One of them was Han Yu. Han Ju appeared behind them and asked, "Long time no see." The 2 of them were shocked and subconsciously turned around. When they first saw Han Ju, they were all stunned. Tian Yong turned to look at Han Yu and discovered that he resembled Han Ju. Han Yu also discovered this. Why was this person so similar to him? He asked carefully, "You are?" He couldn't see through Han Ju's cultivation level, so he naturally followed him. Han Ju smiled. "Can't you recognize my voice?" Thinking of something, Han Yu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said excitedly, "Ancestor." Seeing Han Yu kneel down, Tian Yong also knelt down. Han Ju glanced at Tian Yong and found that his eyebrows were a little familiar. He counted with his fingers and realized that he was the Heavenly Calamity Emperor's son. Han Yu asked excitedly, "Why are you here?" "I see. I look so similar to my ancestor." No wonder his ancestor had saved him. No wonder Li Daokong had taken him in as a disciple. No wonder he had encountered so many mighty figures who treated him well for no reason. Han Yu had always been very confident in his looks. Today, compared to Han Ju, he knew that he had only inherited 30% to 40% of his looks. Han Ju's face was extremely charming and indescribable. "I came to take a walk. How have you been?" Han Ju smiled with a kind expression. For some reason, after breaking through to 200,000 years old, Han Ju's mentality began to change. Especially when he saw his descendants personally, he couldn't help but feel happy. Han Yu was flattered and began to talk about his experiences. He did not deliberately talk about the difficulties. With Li Daokong around, it was indeed very difficult for him to encounter a huge crisis. Tian Yong stayed quietly at the side, very curious about Han Ju's identity. After chatting for a while, Han Ju left. Han Yu was still very excited and couldn't stop smiling. He knew of his ancestor's existence, but this was the first time he had seen him with his own eyes. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Tian Yong asked curiously, "Master, your ancestor is?" Han Yu said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Tian Yong curled his lips. He. How mysterious. My mother is a sage who has attained the Tao with her strength. Am I as pretentious as you? On second thought, Tian Yong realized that he was indeed hiding this. Many cultivators were sitting quietly in the sage Tao field. It was not as cold as before. 2 hours later, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple. It had to be said that going out personally had indeed improved his mental state. However, it was only limited to the heavenly Tao. Although the Time Tao robe could resist a great Tao level expert's attack, what if he encountered an existence that surpassed the great Tao? There's still a chance things may go wrong. Chapter 678 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 678 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. The sages argued for several days about the two sage seats, but it was still undecided. Ever since the sages united, all of them had contributed to the heavenly Tao and had made many contributions. They had reasons and qualifications to fight for it. After Han Ju returned to the 100-peak immortal river, he entered cultivation. Although no one in the heavenly Tao was his match, he still had to maintain his previous cultivation attitude and not slack off. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed. The immortal world had already changed greatly. Not only the immortal world, but even the dark forbidden zone had become lively. The human race had already become a heavenly Tao race, but they lacked a sage to publicly announce that their providence had already surpassed all the races. It had to be said that the human race's tenacity was indeed powerful, and so was their potential. Perhaps the human race was not as powerful as the other races when they were born, but in terms of cultivation, they were far ahead. It would take thousands of years for the other races to transform. After such a long period of peace, the number of living beings in the immortal world and the myriad worlds had already far exceeded the past. It was even greater than the eve of the calamity. Especially after the joining of the calamity race, the number of living beings was already the highest since ancient times. The news of 2 more sages' seats had already spread in the immortal world. For a time, the heavenly Tao Providence Board became chaotic again. The hidden sect's development was also extremely smooth. The number of in-name disciples had already exceeded 100 million. This was even under Li Xian'eo's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, the number would be even more exaggerated. On this day, Han Ju ended his seclusion and began to preach the Tao to the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. As his cultivation level increased, his preaching also slowed down. However, the disciples had no objections. After all, they had already heard too much. However, the new 100 genius disciples were very excited. They had been here for thousands of years and had finally heard the sage preach the Tao. The great Tao of extreme origin covered the entire 100-peak immortal river, allowing all the disciples to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After the lecture, Han Ju's gaze landed on the 100 geniuses sent by Li Xian'eo. Their potential was indeed very strong. After a lecture, most people broke through a major realm. Han Ju was only slightly satisfied and not surprised. Not to mention a pseudo-sage, only the birth of a hidden sect sage could surprise him. Han Ju came to the second Tao field and released the born Time Fiend Celestial to let Murong Qi receive him. The Time Fiend Celestial transformed into a human. His face was cold and his silver hair draped over his shoulders. Looking at this new Fiend Celestial, Murong Qi was secretly shocked. Wasn't Grandmaster creating the chaotic Fiend Celestials too fast? After the two of them left, Han Ju turned to Rengang and Yin Hongqian. The two of them were still in the reincarnation space and were already immortal emperors. Their potential was neither strong nor bad. To their foundation, it was already very outstanding. Han Ju was hesitating if he should take them in now. Once they entered the second Dao field, they couldn't go out again. Han Ju couldn't be sure if they were prepared. Han Ju calculated. The karma between the two of them was still quite complicated recently. They didn't continue cultivating. He decided to release them again. In any case, he had already nurtured several chaotic fiend celestials. There was still Yang Du and Guan Bubi queuing up ahead. Even if Ren Gang and Yin Hongqian entered the second Dao field, they couldn't immediately become chaotic fiend celestials. Han Ju paid attention to the Han family next. The Han family established by Han Yu was already extremely powerful in the Earth immortal world and had obtained the help of the reincarnation space. Immortal Emperor Samsara knew Han Yu's relationship with Han Ju just by looking at his face, so he tried his best to help. Han Ju had no feelings for the Han family and only wanted to take a look. After observing the Han family for a while and not finding any outstanding prodigies, Han Ju returned to the main Dao field. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and began to check his emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X5800322133. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your son Han Tua has been reborn. His bloodline potential was stimulated. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has received guidance from your good friend Sect Master Tian Ju. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul has transcended into the primordial era. Your good friend Zhou Fan has received guidance from your enemy, the Seven Dao Sage. He has used his strength to attain the Dao. Han Ju frowned and checked Zhou Fan's information. Early stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Good kid. He actually attained the Dao without saying a word. Han Ju hadn't paid attention to Zhou Fan for a long time. He didn't expect him to be targeted by the Seven Dao Sage. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's favorability toward him didn't decrease. Thinking of Zhou Fan, Han Ju sighed. Zhou Fan was definitely the most stubborn person he had ever seen. Along the way, how many times had he revived and transformed? Han Ju's help was not the biggest factor. The Seven Dao Sage was Zhou Fan's true backer. Zhou Fan was no longer in the immortal world. He had probably bumped into the Seven Dao Sage in the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju wasn't worried that Zhou Fan would betray him. On the contrary, he wanted to see what Zhou Fan would choose in the future. As the heavenly Dao became stronger, more and more people went to the dark forbidden zone to explore. The great Dao sages seemed to have temporarily given up on targeting the heavenly Dao. The only one who suffered was Divine Lord Peacock. Divine Lord Peacock was still being chased by the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Han Ju couldn't care less about him and could only watch. I, the sect master of the Jie school, Huang Zuantian, have attained the Dao today. I will definitely lead the Jie school to a higher peak and also create more opportunities for all living beings in the heavenly Dao. A voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds. Han Ju was stunned. How did this fellow become a sage? Although the sages were fighting for two positions, without the primordial purple chi, how could they attain the Dao? They only decided on the spots first. Han Ju checked Huang Zuantian's information. He discovered that this fellow was indeed a heavenly Dao sage. Could it be that heavenly venerate Xian Du had already obtained two primordial purple chi before discussing it with the other sages? It was very likely. Han Ju looked up. Outside the 33rd heaven, Huang Zuantian was opening a Dao field. The sages went to congratulate him. Even Pan Xian wanted to rope him in. Huang Zuantian was Han Ju's spy. Now that sect master Tian Ju was also enslaved by him, he was not worried about Huang Zuantian's situation at all. Their relationship could still be hidden. Perhaps there would be a miraculous effect in the future. This time, the hidden sect had produced 2 sages. At the same time, Huang Zuantian was exchanging pleasantries with the sages. He looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited inside. "Master, did you see that? I've also attained the Tao." Huang Zuantian discovered that only Han Ju didn't appear. This meant that Han Ju wanted his undercover mission to continue, so he didn't become arrogant. In his opinion, he could already show his cards. Han Ju, Li Daokong, Fang Liang, and him were 4 sages. They were enough to affect the entire circle of sages. However, he could also understand Han Ju's caution. He had always been like this. Emperor Shao and Pan Xian were especially enthusiastic about Huang Zuantian and even invited him to be a guest. This was completely slapping Sect Master Tianju's face. However, Sect Master Tianju returned to Cultivate after greeting him. Ever since he submitted to Han Ju, Sect Master Tianju's ambitions had changed to cultivation. He hoped to become stronger so that he could help Han Ju. Chapter 679 Unyielding. Chapter 679 Unyielding. In the dark forbidden zone, a continent floated quietly. Countless demonic birds circled the edge of the continent. Even transformed living beings in armor could be seen patrolling. The continent was very vast. There were mountains and rivers everywhere. The sea was located in the center. At this moment, on a desolate plain, lightning interweaved and gathered on a figure. It was Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan's upper body was naked as he sat on the ground. No matter how the lightning struck him, his expression did not change. His body was like a rock and did not tremble at all. "Return to the hall." A voice entered Zhou Fan's ears. He directly transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky, disappearing. At the end of the plain, a mountain peak towered into the clouds. On the peak sat a majestic palace. It was sinister and terrifying, like a chaotic ferocious beast. A bolt of lightning rushed into the hall and transformed into a human before landing on the ground. Zhou Fan looked up and asked, "What is it?" Following his gaze, there were steps ahead. There was a huge stone chair on the hundreds of steps. A black-robed man sitting on the stone chair slowly opened his eyes. If Han Ju was here, he would definitely recognize him. 7 Dao Sage. 7 Dao Sage looked down at Zhou Fan and said, "You've already attained the Dao. What are your plans next?" Zhou Fan said, "It's all thanks to you. I owe you a favor. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Of course, the premise is that it can't go against my principles and bottom line. After attaining the Tao, Zhou Fan became even more confident. 7 Dao Sage said, "If I ask you to break the heavenly Tao, are you willing?" Zhou Fan was stunned. In the next second, he frowned. He was sent to the chaotic city by Han Ju to protect the heavenly Tao. Wasn't destroying the heavenly Tao becoming Han Ju's enemy? Zhou Fan said in a low voice, "This is past my bottom line." Although he owed the other party, who was far stronger than him, Zhou Fan wouldn't back down. 7 Dao Sage said calmly, "Do you think that you've been revived many times because of the heavenly Tao?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Fan frowned even more. He had always been puzzled by his encounters. Many times, he really despaired. He didn't expect to be revived again. After reviving for a long time, he had become arrogant. No matter how desperate the situation was, he was not afraid. His fearless personality was developed because he could revive infinitely. He even thought that this was his talent. "Every time the heavenly Tao wants to eliminate you, I am the one protecting you with great dermic powers. Your birth is my will." 7 Dao Sage said expressionlessly, but his tone was heavy. Thunder rumbled in the hall. Zhou Fan's expression changed drastically as if he had been struck by lightning. Seven Dao Sage stood up and said, "Zhou Fan, you are my pawn. I can create you, I can save you, I can also eliminate you and suppress you. Destroying the heavenly Tao is your innate mission. It's irresistible." Zhou Fan's expression changed. His hands clenched into fists. He looked up at the Seven Dao Sage and asked with a burning gaze, "Was it your scheme that I went crazy back then?" Seven Dao Sage was silent. Zhou Fan's anger was instantly ignited. He had once gone mad and killed his good friend, Mo Fuzhou. That was a scar in his heart that would never heal. When he learned that he was only a puppet, he wondered if there was something wrong with what happened back then. Every time he thought of Mo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan would fall into endless self-blame. Mo Fuzhou was the most important person to him. Ever since he first joined the cultivation sect, Mo Fuzhou had been taking care of him. Unexpectedly, Boom Zhou Fan erupted with a terrifying aura as flames visible to the naked eye burned around him. He glared at the Seven Dao Sage and asked, "Why are you plotting this?" The Seven Dao Sage snorted coldly. Endless pressure descended, instantly pressing Zhou Fan to the ground. The strongest path is to sever all ties. He's only a mortal. His potential is far from being able to walk side by side with you. I asked you to kill him so that you can eliminate the hidden danger as soon as possible and prevent him from being used by your enemies. Wouldn't everything go smoothly for you in the future? Seven Dao Sage snorted. Zhou Fan's opportunities to revive were all controlled by him. In his opinion, it was just the death of a mortal. What was the big deal? If not for the fact that Zhou Fan was his Dharma idol, he wouldn't have said anything. Zhou Fan tried his best to stand up, but he couldn't move at all. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Seven Dao Sage and roared hoarsely, "Why? Why must it be me?" Seven Dao Sage descended. "I didn't choose you. You are a trace of my will. The heavenly Tao's mortal world has corroded your will. Submitting to me is your true path. You and I are one. I am your main body. Do you understand? You were born in the heavenly Tao to become a sage and then destroy the heavenly Tao. The emotions you value are all karma schemes that the heavenly Tao has used to stop us. If you can't wake up, you can stay here forever. Endure endless loneliness and let time devour your rebellious will." Zhou Fan glared at him. His entire body trembled as he felt fury. Seven Dao Sage said, "It's impossible for your master to save you. In your life, when has he ever attacked you? He even almost killed you. If not for me, you wouldn't be here today. I hope you won't be stubborn." Zhou Fan still hated him. He growled, "Don't say such hypocritical words. I only know that a life for a life. It's only right and proper. You caused my brother's death. I must kill you. A life for a life? Ridiculous. How many people have you killed? They can't kill me, just like I can't kill you. But as long as you don't kill me, I'll kill you one day." Zhou Fan's voice was filled with endless hatred. Seven Dao Sage waved his hand, and a golden bell descended from the sky, directly suppressing Zhou Fan. How laughable. A chess piece dares to attack its master. Your only backing is me. You will understand sooner or later. Seven Dao Sage smiled disdainfully and sat down with his eyes closed. Even if Zhou Fan became a sage, he was not his match. If not for the fact that Zhou Fan was a Dharma idol he had nurtured for a long time and he could not bear to kill him, how could he allow Zhou Fan to say such big words? Han Ju only learned about Zhou Fan being suppressed 1,000 years later. After his seclusion ended, he habitually checked his emails and happened to see this. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by your enemy, Seven Dao Sage. He was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was suppressed by your enemy, Seven Dao Sage. Han Ju was stunned. What was going on? Did the two of them fall out? Hanju immediately used the derivation function. After consuming 3 billion years of his lifespan, he saw the illusion of Zhou Fan and the 7 Dao sage confronting each other. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju sighed. What a good Zhou Fan! He was not convinced. But 7 Dao sage, how dare you look down on me? There was nothing to say. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune. He knew that if he cursed the 7 Dao sage crazily, he would expose his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. But so what? Zhou Fan's unyielding attitude moved him. How many years had it been? Hanju had never been hot-blooded or fought for his life. Disciple, wait. You're not alone. Chapter 680 Unstoppable Curse. Chapter 680 Unstoppable Curse. Hanju held the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the 7 Dao sage. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease rapidly. Of course, compared to his lifespan, the decrease was extremely slow. On the other side, 7 Dao sage, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. Dark Forbidden Lord, he had also been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord before, but it ended in less than 5 days. This was the first time it had lasted more than 5 days, and the power of the curse had begun to increase. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to attack him. Why was that? 7 Dao sage looked at the golden bell in the hall. He suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. He thought of the guesses of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He was enlightened. So you're the Dark Forbidden Lord. No wonder I couldn't find you. It seems that what the Dao ancestor said was true. The variable of the great Dao calamity. Dark Forbidden Lord, 7 Dao sage's eyes flickered as he began to circulate his energy to resist. The Dark Forbidden Lord was notorious. He had to be cautious. After all, the chaotic deity and Kundi were already examples. In order to guard against the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was already prepared. The black robe fluttered as strange lights spread out from 7 Dao sage's body, forming a halo that enveloped his body. The curse power weakened greatly. 7 Dao sage heaved a sigh of relief and smiled disdainfully. He wanted to rely on curses to dominate the chaos. Impossible. Inside the Daoist temple, Hanju cursed as he stared at his attributes panel and emails. He had already lost 3 quadrillion years of his lifespan, but he still did not see anything happen to 7 Dao sage. This fellow was not simple. Hanju didn't dare to underestimate the other party. This fellow's reach was too far. In order to nurture Zhou Fan, he had spent 200,000 years. Who knew if he had other pawns? No matter what, even if the Dao ancestor appeared today, Hanju had to kill the 7 Dao sage. He was too arrogant. You bullied my disciple and even mocked me for not daring to attack. Hanju cursed with all his might. For quadrillion years. 5 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, 7 Dao sage, had his Dao heart shattered. Ha! That's it. I thought you were a humanoid karma bead. Hanju secretly mocked him. How could a supreme treasure like the karma bead be common? He continued cursing. 6 quadrillion years. 7 quadrillion years. In the hall, the 7 Dao sage's expression was extremely gloomy. His body was like a phantom that kept fluctuating as if it would disappear at any moment. Damn it, why is his curse so strong? Did he sacrifice living beings? Did he sacrifice the entire heavenly Dao? 7 Dao sage muttered to himself. He looked up and saw that the heavenly Dao was still there. He couldn't figure it out. However, he shouldn't think about this now. No. If this continued, he would follow in the footsteps of the chaotic deity and Kundi. Boom! 7 Dao sage's body exploded and dissipated into dust. Immediately after, he regathered his body with a pale face. Seven Dao Sage panicked. As he resisted the curse, he racked his brains for a solution. At this moment, a black wind swept into the hall and transformed into a black shadow that landed in front of him. Seven Dao Sage frowned and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Seeing the other party transform into a black shadow, he subconsciously thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Dark Forbidden Lord cursed him while coming here in his true body to kill him. The black shadow said, "You can't stop his curse." Him. Seven Dao Sage asked, "What's your relationship with the Dark Forbidden Lord?" The black shadow replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here to remind you that you can't block his curse. If you wait any longer, you'll die." Seven Dao Sage was silent. The black shadow continued, "Kill yourself and leave behind a remnant soul. Follow me. I can protect you and take revenge on the Dark Forbidden Lord in the future." Seven Dao Sage said in a low voice, "What a joke. Go with you." The black shadow was silent. Seven Dao Sage's body exploded and then recondensed again. He couldn't hold on any longer. The black shadow said, "I'm the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Dark Forbidden Lord is good at using the power of my great Tao. I will definitely eliminate him. Only by following me can you avoid his curse." Curse Fiend Celestial. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. Seven Dao Sage's pupils suddenly dilated. He didn't expect a curse to attain the Tao. In his mind, wasn't cursing the Tao of karma? Another wave of violent curse power attacked. The Seven Dao Sage knew that he had no time to hesitate. He immediately self-destructed, leaving behind a wisp of his remnant soul that flew towards the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Curse Fiend Celestial raised its hand and waved. It took Seven Dao Sage away and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, Han Ju felt the power of the curse being absorbed by a strange force. This feeling was unprecedented. He saw an email. "Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, is absorbing your curse power." Curse Fiend Celestial. Han Ju immediately stopped. This fellow had been missing since he was born. Han Ju didn't expect him to find Seven Dao Sage. Fortunately, the email showed that the Seven Dao Sage had died, leaving only a remnant soul. A pitiful great Dao divine spirit who had schemed for countless years had died just like that. Han Ju asked in his mind, "Is the Curse Fiend Celestial my match? 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Not for the time being." Han Ju asked, "Will it be dangerous for me to save Zhou Fan now? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Not for the time being." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately sent a dream to Zhou Fan. In the dream, Zhou Fan opened his eyes and saw him. He wasn't surprised, but his expression darkened. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Fan smiled. "It's nothing, master. I just became a sage recently. When I return, I will definitely strengthen the hidden sect." He looked smug and became as high-spirited as before. Han Ju was speechless. Was this kid still acting? That made sense. If not for Han Ju having the system, he really wouldn't have been able to deduce his situation. Zhou Fan began to talk about his fortuitous encounters without mentioning the Seven Dao Sage. It was obvious that he didn't want Han Ju to worry. The Seven Dao Sage was really too powerful. He could become a sage with a flip of his hand. This was not something Han Ju could compare to. Zhou Fan didn't want to implicate him. He only felt guilty toward Han Ju. After being his disciple for so many years, he had never repaid Han Ju. Now, he had caused such trouble. Han Ju interrupted, "Hurry up and use the invocation technique." Zhou Fan was stunned. He instantly understood that he sent a dream because he was in trouble. He was touched. "Master, you," Zhou Fan wanted to continue. Han Ju said, hurry up. There was so much nonsense. If he waited any longer, there might be a change. Han Ju could use the invocation technique to summon all the disciples who had grasped the technique back. He couldn't summon them individually. He was only saving Zhou Fan now, so there was no need to make such a big fuss. I was, 7 Dao Sage, I know. He's already gone. Huh. Zhou Fan was shocked. Han Ju directly removed the dream. Soon, a black vortex appeared in front of him. Han Ju stepped in and appeared in front of Zhou Fan. They were covered by a golden bell. Zhou Fan had a spell cast on him and lay on the ground, unable to move. Han Ju waved his sleeve and directly removed Zhou Fan's restriction, shattering the golden bell. The 7 Dao Sage had already fled. The array formation left behind was naturally weak. Of course, ordinary sages couldn't break through this bell. Chapter 681 Cultivation Device. Chapter 681 Cultivation Device. After the golden bell shattered, Zhou Fan finally believed that the 7 Dao Sage had been beaten away by Han Ju. Master said that the 7 Dao Sage was gone. He was gone. Was he dead? Zhou Fan turned to look at him in disbelief. Han Ju raised his hand and prepared to put him into his sleeve. Wait. Master, you can go back first. Since the 7 Dao Sage is gone, I want to occupy his treasure. Zhou Fan suddenly said with an excited expression. Han Ju frowned and asked, are you confident? 100%. All right. Han Ju turned around and entered the black vortex. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had been worried that he would encounter an existence that surpassed the great Tao. Although this possibility was negligible, he had to be wary. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and tried to curse the 7 Dao Sage. Indeed, the curse power was absorbed. He immediately gave up. Curse Fiend Celestial. Courting Death. Han Ju frowned and began to think about how to eliminate the Curse Fiend Celestial. If he didn't get rid of this fellow, he would protect whoever he cursed in the future. Sooner or later, he would create a huge alliance that hated him. Han Ju suddenly thought of Divine Lord Peacock. Should he make Divine Lord Peacock kill the Curse Fiend Celestial? He could get rid of the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock saw Han Ju, who had transformed into the Dark Forbidden Lord. He revealed a bitter expression and asked, since I submitted to you, why did you let the inauspicious Divine Emperor pursue me? Han Ju said indifferently, is the inauspicious Divine Emperor really chasing after you? Divine Lord Peacock coughed. I can't find a place to cultivate. I'm staying in the territory of the inauspicious evil. The other cultivators don't dare to disturb me. Han Ju finally understood. The reason why this fellow kept being beaten was because he refused to leave the inauspicious Divine Emperor's territory. The inauspicious Divine Emperor didn't expose his lie. Leave. I'll arrange a mission for you to kill the Curse Fiend Celestial, Han Ju said. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Divine Lord Peacock asked in surprise, Curse Fiend Celestial? Aren't you the Curse Fiend Celestial? Han Ju said disdainfully, Curse is only one of the great Tao I control. This Fiend Celestial has just been born and his cultivation level is not strong. It's enough for you to deal with. It's a test for you. How to find him depends on you. Divine Lord Peacock immediately replied, no problem. The inauspicious Divine Emperor is too strong, but why should I be afraid of him? This was not the first time Divine Lord Peacock had challenged a chaotic Fiend Celestial. He was not afraid at all. Han Ju directly released the dream. He was afraid that if Divine Lord Peacock made a request, he would not be able to satisfy it. At the same time, he could maintain his status as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind. Killing the 7 Dao sage made him sigh. The once high and mighty existence had already fallen from the altar. However, he did not become arrogant. If he really wanted to kill the great Dao sage, his curse alone was not enough. I don't want to play chess with you, but I won't be your pawn. I'm afraid of trouble, but if I really encounter it, I won't always give in. Han Ju's eyes were firm as he continued cultivating. He had to attain the great Dao first. He couldn't always rely on his Dharma treasure. The key was whether his fist was hard or not. In a dark hall, the evil heavenly emperor sat lazily on the emperor's throne and looked down at the argument between the immortals. This is not a good time to enter the deity realm of the ruins of End. How much longer do we have to wait? The deity realm of the ruins of End is already in chaos. Taking the opportunity to recruit immortals is the main goal of the heavenly court's development. We don't even have information about the ancient desolate. How can we dare to go? It's said that the devil ancestor has already escaped from the ancient desolate. If he's in the deity realm of the ruins of End, won't we be courting death if we go there? The evil heavenly emperor did not interrupt their argument. He was still thinking about something else. At this moment, an old immortal flew into the hall and said anxiously, "Report, master of the deity realm of the ruins of End, 7 Dao sage has died." With that said, the hall fell silent. All the immortals were stunned. 7 Dao sage. Most of the immortals of the heavenly court came from the little heavenly Dao or the chaos. They knew a lot about the deity realm of the ruins of End. Among them, the 7 Dao sage was famous and could be considered an outstanding figure among the great Dao sages. The evil heavenly emperor was also shocked. He subconsciously sat up straight and asked in a low voice, "Is that true?" The old immortal said anxiously, "It's true. The news of the 7 Dao sage's death has already spread. The great Dao Tower has been occupied by a cultivator called Zhou Fan." Zhou Fan. The evil heavenly emperor calculated with his fingers and could not figure out which Zhou Fan it was. The immortals were in an uproar and continued to argue. The immortals who had supported going to the deity realm of the ruins of End all shut up and did not dare to talk about going there anymore. Even the 7 Dao sage had died. Who would dare to go to the deity realm of the ruins of End? The evil heavenly emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. The 7 Dao sage's death was definitely a terrifying sign. He knew that the 7 Dao sage belonged to the same circle as many great Dao sages. It was very likely that a new faction had killed him. The evil heavenly emperor said in a low voice, "All right." The immortals shut up and turned to look at him. The evil heavenly emperor instructed, "Investigate immediately where the 7 Dao sage died and who killed him. Gather the heavenly troops and retreat." The immortals did not dare to have any objections and immediately agreed. Time passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Comfortable. However, it was not too comfortable. Should he follow a 5,000-year schedule in the future? Ever since he broke through to the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down. The reason why Han Ju said it as 1,000 years was that he was worried that something would happen to his disciples and he wouldn't have time to take care of them. On second thought, with the myriad worlds projection, if anything happened to the outer sect disciples, they should be able to inform the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. Unless the other party did not want to inform them, they would only have themselves to blame if they died. Han Ju decided to enter seclusion for 5,000 years each time. He looked at Xing Hongxian, who was cultivating in the Taoist temple next door. Ever since she became pregnant, Xing Hongxian had been cultivating in seclusion. She had been feeding the child in her womb and had seldom gone out. During this period of time, Xing Hongxian's cultivation level had been increasing. She had unknowingly broken through to the mid-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Xing Hongxian was using the child as a cultivation device. Han Ju suddenly suspected that the reason why this child didn't appear was that his mother didn't want to give birth to him. Cough cough. He was thinking too much. Han Ju looked at the mother and son for a while and started to check his emails. Every time he looked at his friend's situation, he felt like he was opening a loot box. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tua accidentally entered the chaotic mystic realm. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by your enemy, Jade Bodhi. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil, X665200942. Your good friend Pan Xian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jiang Dugu received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fong Liang has comprehended the jade slip of creation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure and used her strength to attain the Tao and obtain the primordial chaos Tao fruit. Empress Hutu had attained the Tao. Han Ju checked his emails. Indeed, Empress Tu had already left the heavenly Tao hundreds of years ago. Who taught Empress Hutu? Could it be the mysterious ancestral Magus Di Jiang? Chapter 682 5,000 Years, Great Tao Tower. Chapter 682 5,000 Years, Great Tao Tower. Han Ju didn't spend his lifespan deducing why Empress Hutu had attained the Tao. There was no need. After all, everyone had their own encounters. It was fine as long as they couldn't threaten him. He continued reading the emails. He discovered that many of his good friends had opportunities. The atmosphere of the past had finally returned. Peace was better. Han Ju perked up and continued cultivating. Outside the 33rd heaven. Pangu Hall. Pan Xian, Emperor Shao, and Jin Shin gathered. Emperor Shao asked, "Can we really not rope Huang Zuntian in?" Pan Xian shook his head. This child is determined to follow Sect Master Tian Ju. He's too timid. Jin Shin did not interrupt. Recently, I've been preparing to open a path to the depths of the chaos. On this path, all living beings will be protected by the heavenly Tao and not be attacked by the chaotic evils. I need someone to determine the destination and where this path should lead, Pan Xian said excitedly. Once he succeeded, he would open the passageway between the heavenly Tao and the chaos, allowing the living beings of the heavenly Tao to better explore the chaos. He would also obtain immeasurable merit. Emperor Shao said, "I'll go." He also understood that this was a matter of merit, so he took the initiative to take it head-on. Pan Xian said, "Let's hide this matter for the time being. There are many great worlds hidden in the chaos. Although they are not as vast as the deity realm of the ruins of End and are not as complete as the heavenly Tao, they are still considered places of opportunity. Their previous selves were transformed from chaotic fiend celestials. Back then, when the giant god Pangu created the world, he inspired many fiend celestials. You have to choose carefully." Emperor Shao nodded. Pan Xian gave a few more instructions before Emperor Shao left. He then glanced at Jin Shin and asked, "Xian Du has been quite close to you recently. Why?" Jin Shin replied, "The heavenly venerate wants to control a little heavenly Tao with me. He has already chosen a place. If I control that little heavenly Tao, it will be beneficial to you." Hearing this, Pan Xian snorted. Xian Du really has good intentions. He usually pretends to be emotionless, but he actually has more thoughts than anyone else. Jin Shin was silent. Arrange for some geniuses to join the hidden sect. I want to know what kind of force Han Ju's hidden sect is, Pan Xian instructed. Jin Shin agreed. The strongest force in the current immortal world was naturally the hidden sect. All living beings might not think so, but the sages saw through it very clearly. Han Ju seemed to be keeping a low profile, but he had been developing the secret forces of the hidden sect. His intentions were unfathomable. Time passed quickly. 5,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes, stood up, and stretched. Awesome! Cultivating in seclusion for 5,000 years was indeed better than 1,000 years. It was as if he had a dream. After waking up, his cultivation level had increased greatly. He could continue this trend in the future. Han Ju opened his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the disciples and good friends he cared about were still there and hadn't died. Indeed, no matter who the world left, it would still change. Han Ju immediately felt less burdened. He could cultivate in peace in the future. He discovered that Li Xian'eo was waiting outside the 100-peak immortal river and moved him into the Daoist temple. Li Xian'eo was stunned. He looked at Han Ju with a bitter gaze and couldn't help but say, "Sect Master, I came 5 times. You're finally willing to see me." He almost thought that he had done something wrong and offended him. Han Ju smiled. "From now on, every time I enter seclusion it will be for 5,000 years. You can tell the other disciples." Li Xian'eo heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Don't worry. The current hidden sect is already a colossus. No one in the immortal world can shake us. For example, the other sage sects rarely interfere. They are all busy cultivating." Han Ju felt that it made sense. Li Xian'eo continued, "Sect Master, I want to bring in another 100 geniuses. Can I?" The hidden sect was famous. There were 3 sages in the sect, shocking the world. Not only that, but almost all the sage sects gave the hidden sect face. They were unique in the immortal world. Sects with such influence were naturally very attractive. It was normal for many geniuses to appear. Han Ju nodded. "All right, arrange it now." Li Xian'eo agreed. He had come for this. Han Ju waved him out and checked his emails. The next day, Li Xian'eo led 100 geniuses to the 100-peak immortal river and was swept into the Dao field by Han Ju. Their participation attracted the attention of the living beings in the 100-peak immortal river. The previous 100 geniuses had outstanding potential. 80% of them were taken in by personal disciples, giving the other unnamed disciples a huge stimulation. Han Ju ignored the commotion in the 100-peak immortal river and quickly entered cultivation. The higher his cultivation level, the more eager he was to become stronger. In the dark forbidden zone, Han Tuo and Yi Tian led 1,000,000 heavenly troops into the void. They were all facing a direction. It was a huge tower. It was impossible to see how many floors there were. This tower stood quietly. Countless demonic birds circled around it. The number was even greater than the heavenly troops led by Han Tuo and the others. Yi Tian swallowed and asked, "Are we really going?" Han Tuo frowned and said in a low voice, "Should we retreat? How embarrassing. The Great Dao Tower is too strange. Just by looking at it, I feel like my soul is being sucked away. We're already like this, let alone the younger ones." Yi Tian cursed in a low voice, his tone nervous. Han Tuo began to think of a solution. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. "Fight all you want. I'll attack too." It was the evil heavenly emperor. Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He immediately took out a divine spear. This spear was 10 feet long and was surrounded by a red dragon and a golden dragon. Its aura was oppressive. "Heavenly troops, listen up. Follow me and kill until we obtain the Great Dao Tower." Han Tuo raised his divine spear and shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the void. He was the first to transform into a long rainbow and attack. The current Han Tuo was no longer the tender youth of the past. His divine general aura was shocking. Yi Tian followed closely behind. The heavenly troops rushed over like a torrent, creating a spectacular scene. At the same time, in the Great Dao Tower, Zhou Fan sat in a hall. A pillar of light stood in front of him, with various stars floating in it. It was like a sea of stars, beautiful and dreamy. An ancient voice came from the pillar of light. Are you sure you want to take this path? The seven Dao sage has failed for tens of billions of years. Zhou Fan opened his eyes and said in high spirits, I'm stronger than him. I'll definitely do it. Strange, you've clearly stepped onto the great Dao. This great Dao won't reject my Dao. Nonsense. Otherwise, how can I be confident? Zhou Fan snorted and admired Han Ju even more. The great Dao that Han Ju taught them was so powerful. The ancient voice said, forget it. Since you've obtained the great Dao tower, I'll let you inherit this Dao. This will be a path of no return. You need to constantly fight and kill. Zhou Fan said proudly, I've never been afraid of battle. I was born to fight. Boom! The great Dao tower shook violently, clearly suffering a powerful impact. Zhou Fan stood up and cursed. Again. Do you really think that I, Zhou Fan, am a pushover? You can snatch me whenever you want. This time, I want to see who dares to try me. Chapter 683 on Han Ju's account. Chapter 683 on Han Ju's account. Boom! Han Tuo stepped on the roof of the great Dao tower like a cannonball. The terrifying force shook the great Dao tower violently. Dozens of demonic birds pounced at him. He swept his spear and his dermic powers transformed into golden winds that swept in all directions, killing all the attacking demonic birds. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended, startling Han Tuo so much that he looked up. A window above suddenly opened, and a pitch-black demon with 4 wings crawled out. It had a burly figure and a snake-like face. It was cold and evil. Han Tuo acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He formed a seal with his left hand and a golden word appeared out of thin air. It entered his body and transformed into a layer of golden light that wrapped around his body. The 4-winged black demon transformed into a black wind and swept down at an extremely fast speed, pressing down on Han Tuo. On the other side, Yi Tian also fell into a fierce battle. Many pseudo-sage and zenith heaven golden immortal demons were hidden in the great Dao tower. The number of ordinary demons was even greater than the heavenly troops. The situation was not optimistic for the heavenly court. Boom! A door at the top of the great Dao tower suddenly opened. Zhou Fan, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out. His aura was like flames and his eyes were cold. He walked out of the darkness like a demon god from the netherworld. Holy might descended. Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the million heavenly troops were all shocked. Sage! Zhou Fan looked down at the million heavenly troops and roared, you thieves dare to try to snatch my great Dao tower? You're courting death. His gaze quickly landed on Han Tuo. He could sense that his aura was the strongest. He should be the leader. The next second, his expression became subtle. Han Tuo looked at him. One had a solemn expression and the other looked slightly stunned. 5,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and felt the improvement in his cultivation. He smiled in satisfaction. A few more times and he could break through again. To mortals, 5,000 years might be the time a civilization rose and fell, but to Han Ju, it was like sleeping. It passed very quickly. Han Ju looked at Xing Hongxian first. Yes, his son had yet to be born. From the looks of it, he might be nurtured for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Han Ju remembered an ancient rumor. When the world was first created, the longer a living being was nurtured, the stronger their potential. The 12 ancestral magi, 3 pure ones, Dijuan, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Nuwa, and the other mighty figures had been nurtured for an era. After the first immeasurable calamity ended, they were born and directly became top-notch existences in the world. Han Ju looked at the immortal world again. During this period of time, more than 10 pseudo-sages and 100 zenith heaven golden immortals had appeared in the immortal world. There were countless living beings below the next realm, and the number of living beings had reached an extremely exaggerated number. Han Ju discovered that the immortal world had also expanded greatly. Be it the immortal world or the mortal world, they were both flourishing. The sages managed it well. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. The heavenly Tao developed well, and so did the hidden sect. The personal disciples became zenith heaven golden immortals one after another, but Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi were stuck at the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm and could not enter the pseudosage realm. Deciding to guide them, Han Ju summoned the two through voice transmission. The two of them quickly came to visit. In fact, they had long wanted to visit Han Ju, but they were afraid of disturbing his cultivation and also felt embarrassed. After entering the temple, the two of them knelt down and bowed. Han Ju didn't say anything else. He directly used the great Tao of extreme origin to surge into the depths of their souls, causing their consciousness to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension. He was at the late stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm, after all. It was not difficult for him to promote a pseudo-sage. In the past, they only found it troublesome. Now that the heavenly Tao was peaceful and there was no war, Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi could not imitate Tao sovereign. The two of them couldn't help but sit cross-legged and meditate. Han Ju checked the emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, Curse Fiend Celestial. Your good friend Empress Hutu created the Magus race. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by your son, Han Tuo. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil, X3902247. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fong Liang has comprehended the jade slip of creation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara accidentally obtained the Earth Book. His providence has increased greatly. Divine Lord Peacock had found the Curse Fiend Celestial so quickly. Not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't kill the other party. Han Ju thought silently. Looking down, he saw the emails of the battle between Divine Lord Peacock and the Curse Fiend Celestial. Divine Lord Peacock still had something. Han Ju only saw that the Curse Fiend Celestial was severely injured, but he didn't see Divine Lord Peacock injured. Han Ju was not surprised to see Empress Hutu create the Magus race. After all, she had always had such thoughts. Di Jiang probably supported her from behind the scenes. The current Han Ju could already look at the existences in those ancient myths, so he was not surprised. Further down. Why was Zhou Fan fighting Han Tuo? Fortunately, Han Tuo was not injured. Zhou Fan was still sensible. Han Tuo was Han Ju's son, after all. If his disciple hurt his son, it would be a slap to his face. After reading the emails, Han Ju began the simulation trial. 10 years later. Jiang Yi and Zhao Xianyuan left the Daoist temple and returned to their respective residences to cultivate. Han Ju also began to cultivate in seclusion again. In less than 100 years, Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi became pseudo-sages one after another, shocking the 100-peak immortal river. On a mountain peak in the 100-peak immortal river, 7 disciples gathered in a cave abode. A red-robed man sighed. The hidden sect is really terrifying. They can casually produce 2 pseudo-sages. The others also sighed. That's right. The number of deity realm experts has already exceeded 100,000. This is only in the 100-peak immortal river. It's said that those personal disciples will become pseudo-sages in the future. Not only personal disciples, but at least dozens of the geniuses sent by the second guardian have the potential to become pseudo-sages. The hidden sect should be the #1 force in the heavenly Tao now. Why don't we really follow the hidden sect? There were restrictions in the cave abode that could prevent divine sense detection, so they did not have much to worry about when communicating. They were investigating the hidden sect and did not want to harm it. There wasn't much pressure. That's right, they were spies arranged by Jin Shen. After seeing the foundation of the 100-peak immortal river, they were shaken. Jin Shen was a sage, but the hidden sect had 2 sages. The red-robed man gritted his teeth. In any case, we haven't sent a message to Jin Shen. Let's pretend that nothing happened. We're still disciples of the hidden sect. The other 6 heaved a sigh of relief. Jin Shen promised them that he would personally preach the Tao to them and even help them establish a Providence sect. Before this, they were indeed tempted. But after coming, they discovered that the disciples of the hidden sect seemed to be cultivating towards the sage realm. They had once asked if the sage position was limited. In the end, the answer they received was that with the sect master around, the sage position would definitely be unlimited. They fell silent. The situation between Jin Shen and the hidden sect was completely different. As long as they understood, they could sense the difference between the two. Most importantly, the spirit qi in the 100-peak immortal river was even richer than on the sage Tao field. They didn't want to leave after coming here. Chapter 684 Roping in Sages. Chapter 684 Roping in Sages. Outside the 33rd heaven, Pangu Hall. Pan Xian and Jin Shen sat opposite each other. Pan Xian frowned and looked extremely dissatisfied. It's been thousands of years, but you still haven't received a reply from the prodigies you arranged? Pan Xian asked in a low voice. Jin Shen was silent for a moment before saying, I don't have any disciples, to begin with. I cultivate in the heavenly Tao in a low-profile manner. The 7 people I sent out have only received my guidance before and are not too familiar with each other. Pan Xian said angrily, then, why did you send them? What can I do if you requested for me to do it? You should have said so earlier. Pan Xian almost went berserk. It turned out that this fellow did not have any trusted subordinates. Jin Shen was silent. For some reason, Pan Xian felt that this fellow was mocking him. That made sense. After becoming a sage, Jin Shen was not afraid of him. He was stronger than Jin Shen, but in the heavenly Tao, the sages could not be killed unless they lost their minds and used other methods to sever the providence of the heavenly Tao. Pan Xian realized that he needed to use something other than strength to win the hearts of the people. No wonder those sages were very hypocritical and liked to scheme. Sometimes, schemes were more useful and lethal than fists. Pan Xian sighed. Forget it, let's put the hidden sect aside for the time being. Emperor Shao has already found a suitable chaotic world. In at most 10,000 years, I will open a passage to this world. At that time, it will definitely not be easy for anyone to enter. We have to set up a threshold in the early stages. You can nurture your own force. I will let your disciple enter this path in advance and go to the chaotic world to seek opportunities. Hearing this, Jin Shen was moved and immediately thanked him. Pan Xian did not say anything else and waved his hand to signal for him to leave. Jin Shen stood up and left. Looking at his departing figure, Pan Xian's eyes flickered. Looks like I have to think of a way to rope in the other sages. Only after I become powerful will this fellow submit. In the dark forbidden zone, the great Tao Tower floated quietly. There were countless demon birds and heavenly troops around. A floating stone pavilion was between the two forces. Zhou Fan and the evil heavenly emperor sat opposite each other. Han Tuo and Yi Tian stood behind the evil heavenly emperor, their bodies like mountains. Zhou Fan smiled and said, "It's settled, then. In the future, the dark forbidden zone and the hidden sect will split the world equally with the heavenly court." The evil heavenly emperor smiled and nodded. After preparing for thousands of years, he finally prepared a huge plan that satisfied Zhou Fan. Once this plan succeeded, the heavenly court would definitely soar. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and asked, "How has your master been recently? What's his attitude when the 7 Dao sage was killed?" Zhou Fan said, "He's been cultivating. It's nothing. As for the 7 Dao sage, how can he know him? He wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him to say that the 7 Dao sage's true murderer was Han Ju. 7 Dao sage was a great Dao sage. How old was Han Ju? He actually had the strength to kill a great Dao sage. It would be troublesome once such news spread. He had heard that the 7 Dao sage was on good terms with many mighty figures. Previously, the calamities that attacked the heavenly Dao were all instigated by these mighty figures. That's true. The evil heavenly emperor revealed a nostalgic expression. After experiencing so many things, he always missed the past. In the past, he had enjoyed endless glory in the heavenly Dao and had countless descendants. However, in the end, none of his subordinates were his family. On the other hand, Han Ju's son was clearly living well and was very filial, but he had always been left alone. Speaking of which, he and Han Ju walked completely opposite paths. Be it the end point or the process, they were completely different. Tian couldn't help but ask curiously, previously, Han Tuo had a bloodline resonance. Was it because of his younger brother or sister? How's his talent? At the mention of this, Han Tuo also revealed a curious expression. Zhou Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since you already know, I won't hide it. Master's son is impressive and is still being nurtured. I've never heard of a human fetus being nurtured for so long. He will definitely be an earth-shattering figure in the future. He might be able to inherit my master's talent." Hearing this, Tian had a curious expression. Han Tuo's expression became complicated. The evil heavenly emperor sighed. It's indeed possible. When Han Ju gave birth to Han Tuo, he had yet to attain the Tao. Now, he's an existence comparable to a freedom sage. His bloodline will only be stronger. Zhou Fan nodded and continued chatting with him. Tian smiled at Han Tuo in a low voice, "Don't be jealous of your brother." Han Tuo rolled his eyes. "We are related by blood. Why would I be jealous? I'm just curious how father will treat him." Tian understood what he meant. After Han Tuo became an adult, he traveled the world alone. He had no one to rely on, just like Tian. Therefore, the two of them were close because they could resonate emotionally. If Han Tuo's younger brother was doted on in every way, Tian wouldn't feel good either. Several hours later, the evil heavenly emperor stood up and said, "That's all. I'll let Han Tuo find you next time. You should control the Great Dao Tower as soon as possible. This treasure is the key." Zhou Fan nodded. "Then, I won't send you off." The evil heavenly emperor waved his hand and led the immortals away. Han Ju entered seclusion for another 5,000 years. His lifespan had already exceeded 220,000 years. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected freedom primordial chaos realm. Han Ju was very satisfied with this cultivation progress. He would probably break through after 3 more times. After reaching the perfected realm, he should break through to the great Dao Sage realm. Han Ju was about to observe the immortal world and a voice entered his ears. "Fellow Daoist Han, come to the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du." He really knew how to time things. Han Ju looked up. After confirming that there were no unfamiliar sages outside the 33rd heaven, he moved into the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled and gestured for him to sit down. "Fellow Daoist Han is so hard-working. I'm afraid you can attain the great Tao in 10 million years. 10 million years? Who was he looking down on?" Han Ju chuckled. "How is that possible?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "If it were any other prodigy, even Divine Lord Peacock, I would also think that it's impossible. But you, I think that everything is possible. Han Ju laughed helplessly. I'll attain the great Tao in 100,000 years. Of course, Han Ju didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. He couldn't show his strength to others. Tell me, what is it? Han Ju asked. The providence of the heavenly Tao increased again. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, recently, Pan Xian has been trying to rope in other sages. Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, and Sect Master Tian Ju are very close to him. We have to be wary. Han Ju showed a frown. He almost wanted to laugh. If it was any other sage, he might really be worried. In the end, Pan Xian had roped in his 3 slaves. Wasn't this jumping into his trap? Han Ju asked, do you need me to ask them? They were defeated by me before. They should give me some face. He no longer cared about Pan Xian. If this fellow really wanted to break the peace of the heavenly Tao, then he couldn't blame him for being impolite. Although they were good friends, Pan Xian's favorability was not high. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. No need for the time being. I'm just reminding you. Do you have a way to defeat him? Han Ju said, we've never fought. If he really threatens the peace of the heavenly Tao, I'll definitely do my best. Of course, it's not just him. If any sage dares to destroy the peace of the heavenly Tao, I won't let them go. Chapter 685 Chaotic Heavenly Road. Chapter 685 Chaotic Heavenly Road. Hearing Han Ju's promise, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du thought that Han Ju was also warning him. Although that was what he thought, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not panic at all. He indeed had selfish motives and was also developing his connections. However, he had no choice. If he was really greedy for power, he wouldn't have returned at all. If he stayed in the deity realm of the ruins of End and followed a group of great Tao sages, wouldn't he be extremely powerful? The reason why he returned was to protect his hometown and the heavenly Tao that gave birth to him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du continued, I will continue to observe Pan Xian. If he doesn't affect the survival of the heavenly Tao, I will turn a blind eye to him. In addition, what do you think about the reincarnation space? Han Ju said, it was your idea, to begin with. You decide. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice, I plan to push the reincarnation space into the chaos. Otherwise, there's no need for the reincarnation space to exist by relying on the power of the mortal world. After all, the earth immortal world already belongs to the heavenly Tao. Sure, you can arrange it. Han Ju nodded and acted like he was in charge. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy to see this. If Han Ju interfered more, it would be difficult for him to show off. The reason why he wanted to rope Han Ju in was because of his strength. The two of them chatted for a while more. After that, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He sent a dream to Heavenly Venerate Wufa and asked why Pan Xian was looking for him. What else could it be? He just wants to rope me in. With his sudden increase in cultivation, he's scheming like a child. I casually dealt with him and he left happily. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was rather disdainful of Pan Xian. Although he was not his match, he was also a freedom sage, so he could look at Pan Xian at the same level. Han Ju instructed, you can accompany him appropriately and see what he's up to. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. All right. If he really wants to mess around, it's a good thing to resolve it as soon as possible. Han Ju removed the dream and returned to reality. He then visited Qiu Shilai and Sect Master Tian Ju in their dreams. His instructions were the same. If Pan Xian continued to look for them, there was no need to reject him directly. After making the arrangements, Han Ju first looked at Xing Hongxian. The fetus in her womb was still being nurtured. Its vitality had already surpassed ordinary immortals. Xing Hongshuan's cultivation level had also been increasing. The mother and son were supporting each other. Han Ju looked forward to his youngest son. He suddenly thought of Han Tuo. After his youngest son was born, he wouldn't let him out. He had to keep such talent by his side. However, if Han Tuo knew, would this kid have other thoughts? If he was Han Tuo, he would also feel uncomfortable. Although he had been secretly helping and protecting Han Tuo, this fellow was not completely clear. After thinking about it, Han Ju decided to visit Han Tuo in his dreams. Before this, he pinched his fingers to calculate. After confirming that Han Tuo was not in danger and was cultivating, he sent a dream. Han Tuo was different from Zhou Fan. He was Han Ju's descendant. It was easier to deduce, and there was no need to use the derivation function. In the dream, Han Tuo suddenly opened his eyes and saw Han Ju. He couldn't help but be in a daze. All along, every time Han Ju appeared, he was covered by divine light. He only appeared in his true appearance in the past 10,000 years. Han Tuo hurriedly stood up and bowed to greet his father. He seemed very restrained. After all, he had only interacted with his father for 20 years. To him, who was more than 100,000 years old, that memory was too short. It was so short that it was almost blurry. Han Ju looked at his son who was already on his own and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the last time they met, Han Tuo's aura was even stronger. He was not weaker than the divine general and the heavenly god general at all. In fact, his attitude was even stronger. Such a calm temperament must have experienced countless storms. Han Ju said, "That's right. You've already become a pseudo-sage. You didn't embarrass me." Hearing this, Han Tuo revealed an excited expression. "It's all thanks to your Majesty's care. Of course, the reason why your Majesty took care of me is also because of you." He knew his limits. The evil heavenly emperor treated him well, but he always treated him as Han Ju. He even suspected the relationship between the evil heavenly emperor and Han Ju. "I came to see you today and teach you a mystical power." Han Ju smiled. He didn't pretend to be cold in front of his son. Han Tuo became even more excited. Han Ju didn't say anything else and began to pass on the mystical power. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. Back then, he had also complained that his parents in this life did not care about him. Unknowingly, he had also become such a person. Of course, this worry came and went quickly. No matter what, Han Ju had raised Han Tuo before letting him leave. Han Tuo left because he insisted, not because he was chased away by him. There's no need for me to add to my psychological burden. In my life, I only live for myself. If I can, I will help the people around me, but I can't be burdened by them. Han Ju thought silently and his eyes became firm. Even so, he had already taken good care of the people around him. At least his disciples were still alive and had even obtained achievements and status that they couldn't have obtained otherwise. Han Ju began to check his emails. His mentality changed and returned to normal. How could mighty figures be tied down by emotions and desires? After reading the emails with relish, Han Ju continued to cultivate in seclusion. Today, I, Pan Xian, will use my Tao fruit to open the chaotic heavenly road and connect the heavenly Tao to the chaos. The living beings of the heavenly Tao can enter the chaotic heavenly road and head to the chaos. On the heavenly road, you can obtain the protection of the heavenly Tao. Pan Xian's voice suddenly resounded in the heavenly Tao. Everyone was in an uproar. The sages were also shocked. A vast heavenly might enveloped the immortal world. At the same time, in the east, the heavenly Tao's providence transformed into a golden rain that scattered down. It quickly condensed into a golden path that extended from the edge of the eastern realm of the immortal world to the depths of the chaos at an extremely fast speed. The living beings in the nearby chaotic city were shocked. That's the chaotic heavenly road? What a huge heavenly Tao providence. Is this a sage? Why do you want to go to the chaos? It said that the chaos contains countless opportunities. The heavenly Tao is only a drop in the ocean in the chaos. Can sage Pan Xian be trusted? Such comments were not only in the chaotic city. They were everywhere in the immortal world. Pan Xian was not an ancient sage and did not have a providence sect. All living beings were not familiar with him, so they maintained a suspicious attitude. Han Ju didn't care when he heard this and continued cultivating. Pan Xian wouldn't betray the heavenly Tao. At most, he would scheme against other sages. Just the chaotic heavenly road could not take down the other sages. It wasn't until the 5,000 years ended that Han Ju opened his eyes again. His cultivation level had increased greatly again. It had been almost 30,000 years since his last breakthrough. That's right, it had been 30,000 years since Karma Heaven was cursed by Han Ju. Time flew when he completely immersed himself in cultivation. Chapter 686 Heading to the Chaos. Chapter 686 Heading to the Chaos, I'm about to break through. Han Ju felt his cultivation and thought happily. He first observed the immortal world. The chaotic heavenly road had been established for more than 3,000 years, but it did not form a lively atmosphere. Not many living beings even headed to the chaotic heavenly road. Han Ju counted with his fingers with a strange expression. It turned out that Pan Xian and Jin Shen had each established a providence sect. Only by joining their providence sect could they step onto the chaotic heavenly road. Han Ju felt that there was something wrong with Pan Xian's brain. The chaotic heavenly road had just opened. It was impossible for ordinary living beings to flock to it. After all, one couldn't soar into the sky just by stepping on this path. Pan Xian had restricted the threshold to step onto the chaotic heavenly road. It would definitely slow down the speed at which the chaotic heavenly road bloomed. Only when a large number of living beings surged in could they quickly give birth to beneficiaries and attract more people. Han Ju looked at the immortal world and the mortal world and discovered that after 5,000 years, the myriad worlds had developed greatly. The current heavenly Tao was already very powerful. In addition to the calamity race, Han Ju believed that no race in the chaos could compare to the heavenly Tao. It was not so easy for the chaotic forces to attack the heavenly Tao. It was probably very difficult. Han Ju was very satisfied with the development of the heavenly Tao. The stronger the heavenly Tao was, the safer he was. He could cultivate in peace. Then, he began to check his emails. Your disciple Su Qi has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil, X100488792. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, was attacked by your good friend Divine Lord Peacock and was severely injured. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was suppressed by a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has decreased. Your disciple Zhou Fan has comprehended the Great Tao Tower and learned a Great Tao mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has stepped into the sea of destiny of the Great Tao. Your good friend Li Yao happened to obtain a primordial supreme treasure. Her providence has increased greatly. So many opportunities. What satisfied Han Ju the most was still Divine Lord Peacock, who was still chasing after the Curse Fiend Celestial. He didn't know when he could kill the Curse Fiend Celestial. If it was a novel or story, an existence like the Curse Fiend Celestial would definitely not be killed by the plot. It would continue to live and step on Divine Lord Peacock one day to provoke the protagonist. However, Han Ju still had a trace of anticipation. Wasn't Divine Lord Peacock the protagonist here? I hope you won't make me do it myself. Han Ju thought. He continued reading and discovered some new locations, such as the Sea of Destiny that the evil Heavenly Emperor was involved in. Han Ju was interested. After he finished reading all the emails, he directly immersed himself in cultivation and did not have the time to preach to his disciples. He had to break through as soon as possible. Dark Forbidden Zone. After more than 10,000 years of development, the Great Tao Tower had already occupied an entire space. With the Great Tao Tower as the center, countless lands of different sizes floated around it. Other than the patrolling demons, many living beings could also be seen. These living beings were saved by Zhou Fan from different places. There were many little heavenly Tao hidden in the chaos. Because of the invasion of the inauspicious evil, living beings wandered around. Apart from the little heavenly Tao, the deity realm of the ruins of End was the same. Ever since the seal of the ancient desolate was broken, the living beings in the deity realm of the ruins of End had fled or died. The current deity realm of the ruins of End had completely fallen into a forbidden area. No living beings could enter. In the palace on the first floor of the Great Tao Tower, Zhou Fan sat on the main seat. Dozens of figures stood below. The auras of these figures were very strong. The weakest was at the immortal Emperor realm. Zhou Fan said, "Recently, inauspicious evils have been approaching the Great Tao Tower. You have to patrol strictly." Yes. The dozens of generals replied in unison. At this moment, an old man stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning has invited you to the sacred world of the Chan School. Are you going?" Zhou Fan waved his hand and said, "No, I might not be able to return if I go." The generals couldn't help but laugh. After the ancient desolate was broken, the great Tao sages seemed to have dispersed. All of them fled the deity realm of the ruins of End and established their own small worlds. This matter spread in the chaos, causing all living beings to feel that the great Tao sages were not absolutely invincible and omnipotent. They were even in a sorry state. The chaos was vast and boundless. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had invited many factions. If he didn't go to the Great Tao Tower, other small factions would naturally also not go. It wouldn't affect him much. Recently, the Heavenly Tao will send a number of cultivators to help the Great Tao Tower perfect its power structure. You can't be negligent. Zhou Fan instructed. He was naturally talking about the hidden sect disciples. He had already contacted Li Xian'ao through the myriad worlds projection. Li Xian'ao felt that it was a good thing to let the disciples see the chaos. According to the current development of the Heavenly Tao, they would step into the chaos sooner or later. It was more beneficial for the hidden sect to be involved earlier. Zhou Fan also knew that he was not suitable to manage a large faction, so he asked Li Xian'ao for help. Li Xian'ao had already nurtured a large number of disciples who were specially sent to help Zhou Fan. The reason why Zhou Fan nurtured forces was actually for the hidden sect. He couldn't repay Han Ju for saving his life. He could only compensate the hidden sect. Then, Zhou Fan explained a few more points to the generals. As a new force, the morale of the Great Tao Tower was still very high. From top to bottom, all living beings had expectations. Another 5,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and stretched. Awesome! He was about to break through. Han Ju was very excited as if he was playing a single-player game. He calculated that he could break through in at most 2,000 years. How wonderful! He was only 230,000 years old now. There was hope for him to attain the Great Tao before 1,000,000 years. After attaining the Great Tao, Han Ju wouldn't show off to heavenly venerate Xian Du. He wanted to continue cultivating. When he reached the level of a Tao creator, if the heavenly Tao ended up in danger, heavenly venerate Xian Du would feel despair, saying that even if Han Ju attained the Great Tao, he wouldn't be able to save the heavenly Tao. At that time, Han Ju would attack and insta-kill everything. Han Ju felt great just thinking about it. Of course, it would be best if the heavenly Tao was never in danger. Compared to others looking for trouble, Han Ju hoped to be invincible as soon as possible and do whatever he wanted. Han Ju checked the emails. Just like before, there were beatings, opportunities, and new locations. However, nothing caught his attention. Han Ju had just finished reading the emails when a figure appeared in front of the Taoist temple. Chu Shiren. Han Ju let him in. Chu Shiren rarely visited him. He probably had something on. Chu Shiren knelt down and bowed, then said, "Grandmaster, I want to go to the chaotic heavenly road." Han Ju discovered that Chu Shiren had already reached the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. He was only a step away from becoming a pseudo-sage. His potential had always been very high, but his usual cultivation attitude was not good. However, he controlled it very well and accurately followed the footsteps of the top disciples of the hidden sect. He didn't fight with others for glory. Han Ju asked, "Why?" Chu Shiren said, "I can sense an opportunity waiting for me in the chaos. No one is scheming against me. I had this feeling in my previous life. In the end, I relied on that opportunity to break through and attained the title of Supreme Buddha." Chapter 687 Breakthrough. Perfection. Chapter 687 Breakthrough. Perfection. Then, how do you know that it's not a scheme of the Buddhist sect to give you an opportunity and guide you to become the Buddha again? Han Ju asked. Chu Shiren's words couldn't convince him. Chu Shiren said, "I relied on that opportunity to become stronger. After that, I joined the Buddhist sect by chance. I didn't join the Buddhist sect after obtaining that opportunity." Han Ju remained silent. Chu Shiren said seriously, "Grandmaster, I'll become a pseudo-sage soon. Let me out. You've raised us for so long. Are you just raising us? You definitely need our help. When I become a sage in the chaos, I'll definitely return to lead the hidden sect to prosperity." "You're right. If you want there to be no suffering in the world, it's not as simple as abolishing cultivation. You have to be absolutely powerful and suppress all greed. I'm willing to follow Grandmaster and reach the strongest position, creating a truly peaceful and beautiful world." Such morals and values were amazing. Han Ju was speechless. "Why are you piling responsibilities on me?" He said, "In that case, go ahead. I'm just worried that the chaos is too dangerous. In the future, all the disciples will go to the chaos. If you die, I can't save you one by one." Chu Shiren was touched and said seriously, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I definitely won't burden you. Besides, I don't show my treasures and don't fight with others. I usually won't encounter danger. Even if I do, I can rely on myself." With that, Han Ju had nothing to say. He asked Chu Shiren to go and prepare. Fortunately, there was no prerequisite for the personal disciple to leave with Chu Shiren. That day, Han Ju sent Chu Shiren out. He looked at the immortal world and the emails before entering cultivation again. 2,731 years later. Han Ju finally broke through. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 234,841/9 octillion 407 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, perfected freedom primordial chaos realm, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. Looking at his long lifespan, Han Ju was in a good mood. When he broke through to the great Tao Sage realm, his lifespan would definitely increase by 2 digits. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. Han Ju continued to consolidate his cultivation. It took 50 years for his cultivation to completely stabilize. Please keep reading on MYB0xN0VL.C0M. Han Ju didn't improve his mystical powers but checked his emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, Jade Bodhi. He was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was suppressed by your enemy, Jade Bodhi. His will was forcefully erased. Your disciple Zhou Fan has fused with the Great Tao Tower. His body has transformed into a Great Tao body. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has obtained a chaotic relic. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your good friend Empress Hudu has revived the 12 ancestral magi. The providence of the Magus race has increased greatly. Jade Bodhi. Great. You're next. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. It wasn't easy for him to break through. Killing an enemy to liven things up was also a good thing. He wasn't afraid of exposing his identity. If the other great Tao sages guessed it, it would be a good chance to intimidate them and make them stop attacking the people around him. 5 days later. Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. On the other side. In a bright hall, majestic Buddha statues stood tall. On a round platform sat 2 old Taoists. It was Jade Bodhi and Jiayin. Jiayin frowned and asked, "He's still cursing?" Jade Bodhi gritted his teeth. "That's right." The curse power suddenly strengthened. Jiayin sighed. "You insist on plotting against the heavenly court. Why don't you think about it? If the heavenly court doesn't have a backer, can the evil heavenly emperor rise? Do you really think the previous karma heaven has nothing to do with the heavenly court? The dark forbidden lord is very likely the existence behind Han Ju. Han Ju cares about the evil heavenly emperor. You captured Han Ju's son among the immortals. How can he not hate you?" Jade Bodhi's expression darkened. "How would I know that Han Ju has such great influence on the dark forbidden lord? Back then, when he first knew Han Ju, this fellow was like an ant. How many years had it been?" Another strong curse attacked, almost drowning the Jade Bodhi's will. Jiayin also felt it, and his expression changed. Damn it! Why was he so strong? It was much stronger than the last time he cursed Kundi. Could it be that the dark forbidden lord was also becoming stronger, or had he found more sacrificial creatures? Jade Bodhi asked in a low voice, "What should we do? I feel like we can't take it anymore." Jiayin said, "Just go ahead and die. I'll protect your essence soul. I'll revive you and Kundi when the great Tao calamity descends." Jade Bodhi was unwilling. He never expected things to suddenly develop to this extent. "All right." Jade Bodhi agreed readily and directly perished, leaving only a wisp of his remnant soul to guide him. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Bodhi died and only a remnant soul is left. When Han Ju saw this email, the curse missed its target. So fast. I only used less than 10 billion years of my lifespan. Han Ju had an inexplicable illusion that he had become much stronger. But on second thought, the other party must be experienced in this. But why couldn't he continue cursing when only a remnant soul was left? Could it be that the other party had used some secret technique? Or perhaps this was the great Tao sage. He was still alive and would never die. Then, how was undying Tao killed by ancestor Shitian? No matter what, it was impossible for Jade Bodhi to cause trouble again in the short term. Han Ju stopped thinking and began to comprehend the mystical powers. On the other side. In a mysterious palace. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were imprisoned. There were hundreds of immortals around them. Yi Tian teased, "Brother, let's make a bet. Will Jade Bodhi die an unnatural death this time?" Han Tuo rolled his eyes. "Do you really think we're so lucky every time?" Yi Tian shook his head. "How is it good luck? In my opinion, there's a supernatural existence protecting us. Even a great Tao sage is not his match. You can guess who it is." Hearing this, Han Tuo instantly thought of his father. However, he was not sure. Was his father really that strong? The last time he visited, his father had even reminded him repeatedly that he could only rely on himself, so he had to be careful. Such actions did not seem like those powerful existences who loved their children. Han Tuo smiled helplessly. What was he thinking? He really believed Yi Tian's nonsense. They were still prisoners. It was unknown if they could survive. At this moment, a powerful aura attacked from the darkness outside the cage, stirring up a violent wind. The immortals stood up in fear. A figure appeared in front of the cage and waved his hand to destroy the restrictions. It was the evil Heavenly Emperor. "Your Majesty." The immortals were pleasantly surprised. Han Tuo had a strange expression. Yi Tian patted his shoulder and smiled. "See? I guessed correctly. I just don't know who that amazing person is." Chapter 688 The Ancestors' Tribulation. Chapter 688 The Ancestors' Tribulation. The evil Heavenly Emperor scanned all the immortals in the cage and said in a low voice, "Jade Bodhi has died. Hurry up and leave with me." With that, he turned around and flew into the darkness. The immortals followed closely behind. Han Tuo followed while feeling puzzled. Who was it? He had saved them again and again. He thought of his father, but he wasn't completely sure. Yi Tian didn't think too much about it. He went straight to the evil Heavenly Emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, who killed Jade Bodhi?" "Your backer." The evil Heavenly Emperor glanced at him and snorted. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Hee hee. Yi Tian smiled as if he understood. If the evil Heavenly Emperor pretended not to know, he would hesitate. Seeing how serious he was, he felt that he had guessed correctly. This made sense. The Heavenly Court could start from scratch in the dark Forbidden Zone and even do so much. It was impossible relying on the evil Heavenly Emperor alone. He definitely had a powerful backer. Han Tuo noticed the evil Heavenly Emperor's expression and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not his father. It should be someone else. Actually, every time they were captured, it was because the evil Heavenly Emperor was also suppressed. They were just collateral damage. Apart from not daring to believe that his father was so strong, Han Tuo also did not want to trouble him. He had always thought that he was living independently. If every time he was saved, it was because of his father, he would really die of shame. Han Tuo placed his attention on himself. A portion of his will had been erased by the Jade Bodhi, but he couldn't remember what it was. He felt like he had forgotten something and was missing something. This feeling was very uncomfortable and infuriating. Jade Bodhi was already dead. He could only blame himself for his weakness. He was still too weak. If he was as powerful as his father, why would he always be so passive? 100 years passed quickly. Han Ju had learned 50 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He had accumulated 399 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. It was equivalent to mastering 399 Great Tao powers. Of course, he was still far from the true Great Tao. Among the new 50 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, there were also relatively powerful Fiend Celestial powers. At least, they stunned Han Ju. For example, the substitution Fiend Celestial could choose any existence to replace itself. No matter how far, the substitution fiend celestial could replace it as long as it remembered the other party's origin, true body and aura. The vanishing fiend celestial was even more domineering. Han Ju seriously suspected that the Tao destruction mystical power was comprehended by the Tao ancestor from the vanishing fiend celestial. This fiend celestial had a name and could make all existences disappear unless it involved an existence whose power source surpassed it. However, the Tao destruction mystical power would not consume much power. When the vanishing fiend celestial used the power of the great Tao, it would consume his dharmic powers. In other words, the stronger the vanishing fiend celestial was, the wider the range of his disappearance. If he was the strongest existence, he could make everything disappear, even the chaos. After Han Ju raised his strength to his current limit, he began the simulation trial to consolidate his combat ability. Although he liked to rely on the Book of Misfortune to launch sneak attacks, he would never neglect actual combat. One day, he would have to face the enemy personally. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, the sages gathered. Pan Xian said, "The chaotic heavenly road has already been established. Even if I give up on those thresholds, no living beings can ascend it. What should I do?" At the mention of this, Pan Xian was very depressed. He originally thought that the opening of the chaotic heavenly road would make all living beings respect him. He didn't expect that no living being cared about the chaotic heavenly road at all. He felt like he had punched cotton. It felt terrible. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Chaos represents the unknown. It's normal for all living beings to be unwilling to go. The disciples of the sage sects have to lead the way." Pan Xian looked at the other sages. Shi Dudao snorted. The other sages smiled strangely. Pan Xian was extremely depressed. Back then, when he returned, he was so arrogant that the sages did not dare to provoke him. Now, all of them actually dared to mock him. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. "I will arrange for the disciples of the Wufa sect to head to the chaotic heavenly road. The other sages can wait and see." The sages nodded. Li Daokong glanced at Heavenly Venerate Wufa. This fellow was really tactful. This sentence not only gave Pan Xian face but also allowed the sages to step down. Wow! Back then, Heavenly Venerate Wufa was the enemy of the Heavenly Tao. He was really lawless. Look at the current situation. Li Daokong couldn't help but admire Han Ju. He could actually scare such an unruly expert until his personality changed drastically. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du changed the topic. "Recently, there's news from the chaos that the ancestor has been captured." The sages were moved. Ancestor Shitian. Ever since the Tao ancestor disappeared, Ancestor Shitian had taken over the responsibility of protecting the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao sages who were born and raised had all heard Ancestor Shitian preach the Tao and had different feelings for him. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. Who captured him? The other sages also stared at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, "A chaotic fiend celestial. A being from the same time as the giant god Pangu. It's not something that the great Tao sages can compare to. Its name can't be said. My master told me this." Qiu Shilai asked, "Then what can we do?" An existence that surpassed the great Tao sages was not something they could interfere with. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "In the next period of time, a terrifying existence will descend and find Ancestor Shitian's disciple. We will capture them all. From now on, we will forget Ancestor Shitian and erase the legends that he has spread in the world. You have to warn those cultivators who have received Ancestor's favor or erase their memories." The sages looked at each other. Shi Dudao frowned. "That's not good. If we abandon the ancestor today, we will be abandoned if we encounter trouble in the future." His words hit the heart of the sages. The reason why they could still coexist peacefully was that they had previously fought against the seemingly unstoppable deity realm of the ruins of End. Now, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du planned to beat them back to their original state and make them no longer trust each other. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said helplessly, "Things are different now. We can still rely on fellow Taoist Han to deal with the previous enemies. The existence that the ancestor is facing is too strong. It's so strong that we might die just by thinking of his name. If you violate such an existence, not only will we sages be affected, but the entire heavenly Tao will also be affected. Sacrificing the ancestor to protect the heavenly Tao is also the ancestor's idea." Li Daokong frowned. Is there really such an existence? How did the ancestor offend him? Because of the heavenly Tao? Then why didn't the other party directly destroy the heavenly Tao? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. I'm not sure either. My master said that existence asked the ancestor about something, but the ancestor refused to tell the truth and offended that existence. In a fit of anger, that existence wanted to erase all karma related to the ancestor and make him cease to exist. The sages were all shocked, including Pan Xian. Pan Xian knew that feeling too well. When he was weak, Jin Shen was his nightmare. Seeing that the sages were silent, Pan Xian couldn't help but mock himself. So what if he became a sage? It was just changing from a smaller cage to a larger one. Chapter 689 Transcendent Tao Expert. Chapter 689 Transcendent Tao Expert. Because of Ancestor Shitian, the atmosphere in the Universal Hall became extremely gloomy. The sages were all very uncomfortable. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said meaningfully, "Even if we are willing to help the ancestor, how can we help? Do we have to drag the heavenly Tao down with us? We can only help the heavenly Tao become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we prevent more such tragedies from happening." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had also received guidance from Ancestor Shitian, but he valued the heavenly Tao more. The sages had no choice but to accept reality. Although Shi Dudao, Li Daokong, and Fang Liang were dissatisfied, they did not say anything. Without strength, they had no right to show off. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du changed the topic and began to mention the recent development of the heavenly Tao and what the sage sect needed to do. 20 years later, Han Ju ended the simulation trial and began to preach the Tao to the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. This lecture lasted for 100 years, and the disciples comprehended a lot. Their comprehension of the great Tao of extreme origin deepened, mainly because Han Ju had become stronger again. After the lecture, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple. Xing Hongxian was still cultivating in seclusion. Ever since she entered seclusion, she had been meditating as if she was hibernating. Han Ju even suspected that she had been possessed, but he could feel that her intelligence was still there. Han Ju didn't disturb her and came to the Fusang tree. The 100-peak Immortal River was always noisy. Only under the Fusang tree was it quiet. There were not many personal disciples left under the Fusang tree. Only the Black Hell Chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, Ada, and Xiao Er were left. The other disciples had already moved out because they were taking in disciples. They found a corner in the 100-peak Immortal River to establish a Taoist temple. Seeing Han Ju appear, the Black Hell Chicken immediately flashed in front of him. It was very fast. Even among Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, its speed was considered top-notch. The Black Hell Chicken giggled. "Master, why are you here? Are you going to teach us a mystical power?" Han Ju looked at its despicable appearance and didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he sighed. As time passed, everyone was changing. Han Ju was also changing. It seemed that only the Black Hell Chicken had never changed. Han Ju smiled. "When you become a pseudo-sage, I'll give you a huge opportunity." The Black Hell Chicken shouted, "A pseudo-sage? How long will that take?" Its potential was actually not bad, but at the pseudo-sage level, it was very mediocre. In the 100-peak Immortal River, it could indeed cultivate to the pseudo-sage realm, but it would take an extremely long time. Han Ju ignored it and came to the Fusang tree. He began to check the spatial vortex connected to the tree. After so many years, the number did not increase. There were only hundreds of worlds, all weaker than the heavenly Tao. With sages guarding it, no enemy had attacked through the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree swayed slightly, and its voice entered Han Ju's ears, "Master, when can I transform?" Transformation had become its obsession. Han Ju used his dermic powers to try to help the Fusang tree transform. The current Tao field no longer needed the Fusang tree to provide spirit qi. The Tao field itself was already filled with spirit qi. However, Han Ju discovered that he still couldn't help the Fusang tree transform. He could easily kill it and destroy its body and soul, but he couldn't make it transform. How strange. However, Han Ju could extract its intelligence and use the power of the soul origin fiend celestial to create a soul. With a soul, it could transform into a chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju said, "Your roots restrict you. You can't transform." Fusang tree was silent. However. What? Fusang tree asked excitedly. Han Ju said, "After leaving the Fusang tree, I can create a new body for you. Are you willing?" The Fusang tree fell silent again. Putting himself in the tree's shoes, he would also hesitate. Don't be anxious. Even if you change your body, you have to cultivate to the pseudosage realm. Don't be in a daze all the time. Cultivate hard and transform as soon as possible, Han Ju reminded. The Fusang tree was a connate divine tree. Its potential was naturally not bad, but this fellow often stared blankly like a tree without intelligence. Hearing this, the Fusang tree hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. I will definitely cultivate diligently." No matter what, there was at least one more hope. Han Ju ignored it and continued to observe the spatial vortexes. Several hours later, he left. The chaotic heavenly dog came to the side of the black hell chicken and whispered, "Do you feel that Master seems to have broken through again?" The black hell chicken rolled its eyes and said angrily, "Isn't that normal? But the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. What does a smelly dog like you know? If you understand, are you still a dog? Why is our master the master and you the dog? Don't you know?" The chaotic heavenly dog was silent. It looked at the black hell chicken and gritted its teeth. This stinky chicken only knew how to bully it. It regretted leaving back then. If it had not left at that time, it would not have fallen behind the black hell chicken. If it was one step behind, it would never be able to catch up. The difference was even increasing. The more the chaotic heavenly dog thought about it, the more depressed it became. On the other side, Han Ju continued cultivating after he returned to the Taoist temple. He had already reached the perfected freedom primordial chaos realm. Next, he should think of a way to attain the Great Tao. He began to comprehend his Great Tao cultivation technique, the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao. The Great Tao of extreme origin was only a Great Tao. If he wanted to cultivate it, he had to rely on a special cultivation technique. As a Great Tao cultivation technique, there was definitely a way to attain the Great Tao. As time passed, Han Ju quickly comprehended something. Great Tao sages also had their own differences. In short, they were divided into two types. One was an ordinary Great Tao sage, and the other was a transcendent Tao expert. Transcendent Tao experts weren't higher than Great Tao sages. They were a type of Great Tao sages that could completely control the Great Tao. Ordinary Great Tao sages could only use the power of the Great Tao. Han Ju had already fused with the Great Tao of extreme origin and could become both kinds of Great Tao sages. It all depended on his choice. Ordinary Great Tao sages also had benefits. They could be connected to the Great Tao. If the Great Tao was not destroyed, the Great Tao sages would not die. However, a transcendent Tao expert was different. Although he was stronger and freer, if he died, the great Tao would break free from his control and would not live and die with him. There were pros and cons to the two choices. In short, ordinary great Tao sages were safer, but that was almost all they could do. Transcendent Tao experts had a chance of reaching a higher level. Han Ju naturally wanted to become a transcendent Tao expert, unrestrained by the great Tao. After deciding, Han Ju began to cultivate. He didn't know how long the breakthrough would take, but he had expected it to take a long time. How could the great Tao sage realm be so easy to reach? In the depths of the darkness, a huge mountain range was floating. In one of the valleys, 12 powerful auras gathered. These auras were like flames that shook the mountain. One of the figures was Empress Hoodoo. Empress Hoodoo was no longer as holy as before. 2 pythons wrapped around her waist. Her makeup was sinister, making her look even more savage. They were the 12 ancestral magi. The leader was Di Jiang. He was the bulliest. He stood in front of a giant statue, praying. An ancestral magus surrounded by flames couldn't help but say, "Brother, are you done? When are you going to attack?" Chapter 690 Chaotic Consciousness, Unspeakable Name. Chapter 690 Chaotic Consciousness, Unspeakable Name, What's the hurry? Before Di Jiang could speak, an extremely sinister ancestral magus beside him said coldly. His gaze was also cold like 2 knives, scaring the blazing flame ancestral magus into hurriedly shutting up. The other ancestral magi did not speak. They were all waiting for Di Jiang to speak. Di Jiang slowly turned around and opened his eyes. His sharp gaze swept across the ancestral magi. The revival of the magus race this time cannot happen again. We will no longer fight for the immortal world. Di Jiang said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestral magi were moved. The blazing flame magus said angrily, "How can we not fight? We have to at least kill all the demons." In the immeasurable calamity back then, the mortal enemy of the magi was the demons. One controlled the land and the other controlled the sky. After both sides were injured, it gave the humans a chance to rise. Empress Hoodoo said, "There are no more demons in the immortal world." The ancestral magi looked at her in surprise. Empress Hoodoo sighed and told the ancestral magi about the changes in the immortal world. Knowing that the immortal world was already peaceful and the sages were harmonious, the ancestral magi looked at each other. What a golden age! Di Jiang sighed. This Han Ju is impressive. Even if his cultivation is outstanding, he isn't blinded by greed and still maintains his cultivation heart. This is probably something that even the Tao ancestor can't compare to. The ancestral magi nodded. They already knew that the reason why the heavenly Tao sages were united was because of Han Ju. Back when the Tao ancestor was still around, he had turned a blind eye and indirectly encouraged the sages to attain the Tao. That's right. It's all thanks to his care. Speaking of the nether race, we should take them back to the magus race. You're really funny. He raised the nether race for hundreds of thousands of years. He has to return it to you the moment you revive. No matter what, the nether race is still the bloodline of our magus race. What about the nether race's own thoughts? If they know that their ancestor has revived, won't they have the intention to return? Hearing her brother's words, Empress Hoodoo smiled bitterly. She had already entrusted the nether race to Han Ju back then. How could she have the face to ask for it back? Besides, she felt that the nether race might not have feelings for the magus race. Back when the nether race went to the heavenly race, she had tried to contact them, but she had been rejected. The nether race only recognized Han Ju. Empress Hoodoo said, "Don't think about the nether race. Let's think about where to stay next." Di Jiang pondered and said, "I can't stay in the deity realm of the ruins of End. It's better to go to the depths of the chaos and establish a new heavenly Tao. I'm prepared to imitate Father and transform into all things." Hearing that, ancestral magi began to wonder if this method would work. 5,000 years passed. Han Ju ended his seclusion again. He had benefited greatly from comprehending the great Tao. While comprehending the Tao, Han Ju saw Divine Lord Peacock and Guan Bubi. There was a door in the great Tao realm. When Han Ju arrived at the door, he saw that it blocked many experts. Among them were Divine Lord Peacock and Guan Bubi. Some of them had firm expressions, some were unwilling, and some showed despair. Even transcendent existences that stood above all living beings were like mortals in front of the great Tao, revealing all kinds of things in the world. Behind the door of the great Tao, Han Ju also saw many figures. They were all great Tao sages and great Tao divine spirits. He saw some familiar faces among them. For example, Undying Tao, Li Mui, the chaotic deity, Ancestor Shitian, and so on. Han Ju was shocked when he saw Li Mui. He didn't expect this fellow to also be a great Tao sage. What had he encountered that caused his realm to decline? He naturally would not ask heavenly venerate Xian Du. Li Mui's death was definitely an irreconcilable barrier between him and the human school. Perhaps one day, he would settle scores with him. The sage realm was a natural chasm, but which major realm after that was not more difficult to cross? Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I can't keep a low profile. Once I attain the great Tao, I will definitely be discovered. Han Ju thought silently. If he could see the door of the great Tao, so could the other experts. Of course, this was nothing. In any case, the sages in the heavenly Tao did not know that their cultivation levels were too low and they couldn't come into contact with the great Tao gate. As for letting the great Tao sages know, that was even better. It would intimidate them and make them not dare to provoke the heavenly Tao again. Han Ju habitually checked the emails. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was suppressed by a mysterious mighty figure and his body dissipated. Only his sage soul is left. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has begun to absorb the providence of the earth immortal world. Your good friend Empress Hutu received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, was attacked by your good friend Divine Lord Peacock. His body was destroyed and only a remnant soul escaped. Your good friend Li Yao received a dream from her ancestor and learned a mystical power. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil, X82020112. Han Ju trembled when he saw Ancestor Shitian's miserable state. Although Ancestor Shitian could no longer kill him in the simulation trial, in his mind, he was still the standard for high-end combat strength. Who could actually easily suppress Ancestor Shitian? Han Ju was very curious. He immediately used the derivation function. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 quadrillion years. Han Ju was shocked. This was not a curse. The value of a great Tao sage was only 150 billion years of lifespan. How many times had it increased? This was the first time Han Ju was involved in such an existence. He felt inexplicably nervous. What was there to be afraid of? He was in the Tao field. Even a Tao creator couldn't spy on the situation inside. Continue. When Han Ju made his choice, unlike before, no information popped up. The Taoist temple was silent. Han Ju inexplicably felt an extremely strong pressure, making him feel suffocated. How many years had it been? He had almost forgotten this feeling. Han Ju became nervous. About 10 seconds later, a line of words appeared in front of him. Chaos consciousness, cultivation unknown, chaotic deity, above the great Tao, rules and order, unspeakable name. Han Ju saw a figure in his mind. It was like a mist that could dissipate at any time. He couldn't see the other party's true appearance at all. How impressive. Another line of words appeared in front of him. Unspeakable name, special power. Once you say the name, the other party will capture it, even the Dao field can't isolate it. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of muttering to himself. This unspeakable name was so terrifying. The other party could sense it just by reading his name. Han Ju thought of ancestor Shitian again. He was suppressed by such an existence and was finished. Speaking of which, Han Ju had a good impression of ancestor Shitian. Among the people he knew, only ancestor Shitian matched his perfect vision of a Dao pursuer. He was extraordinary and had remarkable abilities. He looked silent but also had a hint of pity for all living beings. It was unknown how ancestor Shitian had offended such an existence. The chaotic consciousness should be different from the great Dao sage and would not covet the heavenly Dao. He was the god of the entire chaotic world and was even older than the great Dao divine spirit. He definitely did not care if the heavenly Dao existed or not. Chapter 691 Destined Failure. Chapter 691 Destined Failure. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind, closed the emails, and began to observe the immortal world. Ancestor Shitian's encounter made him even more concerned about the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao had to become stronger. So strong that even an ancient god like the chaotic consciousness could not interfere. Ever since they couldn't lead the way and entered the chaotic heavenly road, more and more cultivators began to step onto the chaotic heavenly road to search for the unknown opportunity. At this rate, it would sooner or later become a trend. Although the immortal world was expanding, the area was only so big. It couldn't keep up with the speed at which the number of living beings increased. The growth of the mortal world also began to slow down. The mighty figures discovered that when they opened up a new world, the spirit chi was far inferior to the previous mortal world. This meant that the number of mortal worlds the heavenly Dao could tolerate was about to reach its limit. It had to be known that a mortal world was not as simple as a continent. It would produce the corresponding void, just like the universe where Earth was. Tens of thousands of mortal worlds and tens of thousands of universes required an immeasurable amount of spirit chi. Han Ju's gaze landed on the netherworld. The workload of reincarnation was far greater than before. Even the number of ghost servants had increased greatly. As far as the eye could see, there were already dozens of halls of the King of Hell. There were also many bridges above the Yellow Spring. The line in front of each bridge was like a long dragon that stretched for hundreds of miles. The Calamity race and the Heavenly race also had a marriage alliance, making the two races even more harmonious. Everything looked so harmonious and smooth. Han Ju suddenly discovered that Empress Hudu had yet to return. Had she given up on reincarnation? Thinking about it carefully, reincarnation was probably already a burden to her. The order of reincarnation had already been established and she did not need to control everything. However, she couldn't advance further and was even restricted by the cycle of reincarnation. The reason why she attained the Tao was probably that she had severed the karma of reincarnation. Han Ju looked at his disciple, Su Qi. Indeed, Su Qi's reincarnation providence far exceeded that of the past. It was not inferior to Empress Hudu's. It seemed that Empress Hudu had chosen Su Qi as her successor. Han Ju showed a frown. He had made Su Qi become a chaotic fiend celestial. How could he be restrained as a reincarnation sage? He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that Su Qi only had the providence of reincarnation and was not completely bound to the karma of reincarnation. This kid had some tricks up his sleeve. Han Ju had no intention of asking. Su Qi had already grown up and had the ability to take charge. How could he care about him like a baby? Han Ju's gaze continued to move and he arrived outside the netherworld. Primordial origin. He was still asleep. The coffin did not move. The primordial chaos tablet stood in front of the coffin, unaffected by the passage of time. This fellow would probably wake up after transforming into a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju was suddenly curious. He began to use the derivation function and asked in his mind, how long until he succeeds? 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Unable to transform successfully, It can't succeed. Then why? Han Ju continued to ask. It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Han Ju understood. It seemed that there were supreme rules restricting him again. He couldn't help but mourn for primordial origin. This fellow probably did not know his fate and was destined to fail. That was good. If this fellow really became a primordial fiend celestial and was so close to the heavenly Tao, he might find trouble with the heavenly Tao. Even if he didn't, it would attract many troubles. Han Ju retracted his gaze and continued comprehending the great Tao. He had to reach the great Tao Sage realm first. Outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Tao Field. Huang Zuantian was meditating and cultivating. After becoming a sage, his bearing was extraordinary. He had the temperament of ancestor Shitian and heavenly venerate Xian Du. He opened his eyes and sighed. This cultivation speed is really too slow. It's almost stagnant. Huang Zuantian looked depressed. In the past, sages were at a height that he could not reach. Now that he had reached it, he couldn't help but want to continue becoming stronger. In the end, he discovered that it was impossible. If he didn't know Han Ju and Pan Xian, he might be satisfied. However, this was human nature. As long as he saw something better, he would definitely be indignant. Huang Zuantian thought of Han Ju. He had heard that after Han Ju attained the Tao, he had been quickly becoming stronger as if he was not a sage. He could only rely on him now. As long as he worked for Han Ju in peace, he believed that he would not mistreat him. After attaining the Tao, he tried to mention Han Ju to Sect Master Tian Ju and asked about his attitude towards him. In the end, he was reprimanded severely by Sect Master Tian Ju and wasn't allowed to say anything about Han Ju. The reverence in his words deeply agitated Huang Zuantian. He was certain that the reason why he attained the Tao was definitely because of Han Ju. Sect Master Tian Ju was not that close to him in the past. Huang Zuantian adjusted his state of mind and decided to stop cultivating. He began to figure out Han Ju's thoughts. What could he do to help him? Do you want to become stronger? A voice suddenly entered Huang Zuantian's ears. Huang Zuantian frowned and dispersed his sage sense. He did not find anyone else. Your potential has already reached the limit. If you want to climb higher, you have to break down and rebuild, the voice sounded. Huang Zuantian had never heard this voice and found it extremely unfamiliar. The heavenly Tao sage is only a scam set up by the Tao ancestor. It's not impossible to use strength to attain the Tao. I can help you transform and let you surpass the entire heavenly Tao. Huang Zuantian frowned even more and said in a low voice, "Who are you? Come find me. I'll wait for you." With that, Huang Zuantian seemed to have understood something. His gaze involuntarily landed on a coffin outside the netherworld. It was that thing. Huang Zuantian had heard from Sect Master Tian Ju that the coffin was very dangerous and that he should not approach it easily. For some reason, Huang Zuantian's unwillingness to cultivate futilely began to magnify and quickly occupied his heart. However, he was still a sage. He instantly came to a realization and broke out in cold sweat. What kind of existence was the other party? Just words alone could bewitch his heart. Huang Zuantian looked at Primordial Origin's coffin again and had the urge to explore it. Should he go take a look? It was near the heavenly Tao. What could happen? Huang Zuantian gritted his teeth and decided to take a look. He could use his clone first while his main body stood in the range of the heavenly Tao. He had to be attacked. With that, he slowly stood up and disappeared. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes. His aura became ethereal as if it would disappear at any time. Although he had yet to become a great Tao sage, he was already transforming into one. The Tao was illusory and everywhere, but there was nowhere to find it. Humph, Han Ju exhaled and his eyes became clear. It was still lacking. He still had to spend time comprehending it. Han Ju checked the emails, wanting to divert his attention. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and his body was destroyed. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was destroyed by a mysterious array formation. His great Tao was stripped away. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by chaotic demons, X78211023. Your good friend Empress Hudu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has fused with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tua accidentally entered the chaotic Tao origin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Chapter 692 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity. Chapter 692 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity. Something had happened to Huang Zuantian. Han Ju immediately looked up. Huang Zuantian was no longer outside the 33rd heaven. He looked around the immortal world and his gaze quickly landed on Primordial Origin's coffin. Huang Zuantian's aura disappeared near the coffin. Could it be that the one who attacked Huang Zuantian was Primordial Origin? Han Ju frowned. He knew that it was impossible for Primordial Origin to transform into a Primordial Fiend Celestial. In order to avoid trouble, would this fellow possess Huang Zuantian and infiltrate the heavenly Tao? It was very likely. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian and Primordial Origin had already fused. He had to know if he was the one controlling Huang Zuantian now. Was it a combination of two souls, a fusion of two souls, or who had the upper hand? In the dream, Huang Zuantian opened his eyes. Seeing Han Ju, he immediately became excited. Master! Huang Zuantian knelt down. Hearing this word, Han Ju relaxed a little, but he became nervous again. If Primordial Origin possessed Huang Zuantian, it was really possible to read his memories. Han Ju asked, "Are you still yourself?" Huang Zuantian was stunned. Then, he revealed a look of admiration. "You've already calculated it?" "That's right. I fused with a mighty figure, but it's only a physical fusion. I'll obtain his physical potential. He'll be covered by my soul and hide from his enemies." Han Ju sized him up. "Do you believe him?" Huang Zuantian said, "He shared his memories with me." "In other words, you also shared your memories with him?" Han Ju's expression was a little cold, scaring Huang Zuantian so much that he hurriedly explained, "I've long erased your past with me. I only remember it when I see you. You're my master. It's already my instinct. It's like my instinct to live. It has nothing to do with memories. So that mighty figure doesn't know." Han Ju's expression softened, but he still didn't believe it. There was such a thing. This sounded too good to be true. Huang Zuantian continued, "When we completely fuse, I will return to the heavenly Tao. He will always hide in the depths of my soul and help me cultivate. This is his request." Han Ju asked, "Then, how can you be sure that he won't harm you? If it were you, would you be willing to do this?" Huang Zuantian was silent. He was shocked. Han Ju said, "If you're worried, you can look for me." With that, he waved his sleeve to remove the dream. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Is what Huang Zuantian said true? 3 billion years of lifespan will be consumed. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. It's true." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Huang Zuantian in a different light. No wonder this fellow was so strong at rising in ranks. He actually had such a skill. Han Ju could also erase his own memories, but being able to remember someone upon contact after forgetting their identity was ridiculous. However, since Huang Zuentian was fine, he did not care. If this fellow came to find him, he would definitely help. If he didn't, it would depend on Huang Zuentian's own luck. Everyone had their own fate. Han Ju still had expectations for Huang Zuentian. This fellow could always survive and live well. In the previous calamity, how many geniuses had better talent? However, the one who did the best was Huang Zuentian, no one else. Even Li Daokong and Fang Liang were inferior to Huang Zuentian. Han Ju looked at Xing Hongxian. His youngest son was still being nurtured. At this rate, even if his mother became a pseudo-sage, he might not be born. Han Ju thought for a moment and appeared at Xing Hongxuan's side. He pretended to be concerned but was actually purifying her. Xing Hongxian was also worried. How long would it take for this child to be born? Fortunately, Han Ju comforted her. She suddenly felt that Han Ju was really good. He looked indifferent, but when facing his own flesh and blood, he would also show his true emotions. After the absolute purification ended, Han Ju left. Xing Hongxian was filled with sweetness as she continued cultivating. After Han Ju returned to his Taoist temple, he also entered cultivation. He wanted to attain the great Tao as soon as possible. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju was about to end his cultivation when Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall." Another catch-up? Han Ju wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had already informed him. He still had to give him face. If not for Heavenly Venerate Xian Du controlling the Heavenly Tao, it would not have developed so smoothly. Han Ju first scanned the 33rd heaven. The sages were all here and there were no unfamiliar experts. Huang Zuentian had also returned. His cultivation level had actually increased greatly. It seemed that primordial origin had helped him greatly. All these years, Huang Zuentian didn't come to find Han Ju. He probably wanted to face it himself. Han Ju moved into the Universal Hall, and the other sages arrived one after another. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du probably informed him first. Not long after, the sages gathered. Huang Zuentian didn't look at Han Ju, as if the two of them weren't familiar with each other. The sages stared at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, even Pan Xian. The person in charge of the sage circle was Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. When Pan Xian returned, he wanted to fight for power. Later, he realized that he was far inferior. He would ask Heavenly Venerate Xian Du for his opinion on many things. Unknowingly, he began to follow him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "It has been more than 200,000 years since the Heavenly Tao restarted. We should make plans for the next immeasurable calamity." Immeasurable calamity. Han Ju frowned. He originally thought that after the Heavenly Tao began to expand, the immeasurable calamity would be delayed or even cancelled. The reason why the immeasurable calamity existed was that the Heavenly Tao could not withstand too many living beings. However, when resources were scarce, the conflict between all living beings would accumulate. The sages would push for it and could use the opportunity of the immeasurable calamity to eliminate most living beings, causing the Heavenly Tao to restart. Such an immeasurable calamity was actually meaningless. It was fine if there was only the Heavenly Tao in the chaos, but there were still the deity realm of the ruins of End, the ancient desolate and other little Heavenly Tao. This also caused the Flame race and the Calamity race to almost overturn the entire Heavenly Tao. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to ask, "Is that necessary?" A normal immeasurable calamity requires hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Furthermore, the current Heavenly Tao is developing well. There might not be an immeasurable calamity in the future. Pan Xian nodded. Instead of thinking about the immeasurable calamity, why don't you think about the great Tao immeasurable calamity? It will sweep through the entire chaos. The other sages agreed. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du said, the heavenly Tao is different from the past. The great Tao immeasurable calamity is naturally also different from the past. It's no longer to reduce living beings but to encourage more geniuses and people with great providence to be born. Moreover, it's not a good thing to have peace for too long. It's easy to slack off and accumulate mental pressure. Peace is only on the surface. The disciples of the various providence sects can still use other methods to bully all living beings. The sages nodded. They actually sensed this situation, but they could not resolve it. If the providence sect was not superior, how could they attract more living beings to join them? Absolute fairness and peace did not exist. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du continued, next, we have to choose the force that will give birth to the son of the immeasurable calamity. With him as the protagonist, we will create a golden age where geniuses will appear. At that time, sages are not allowed to interfere and create an environment where geniuses fight. Chapter 693 True Sage Circle. Chapter 693 True Sage Circle, the faction chosen can choose the son of calamity? Pan Xian asked curiously. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du shook his head. There's no limit to the son of the immeasurable calamity for the time being. If we specify the son of the immeasurable calamity, how will we weigh it? It will be troublesome. Why don't we give all living beings a chance? The times will create heroes. There's no need to be monopolized by the sage sects like in the past. The sages nodded. There were already many sages now. If it really came down to it, some sages would always fall behind. Just thinking about it was painful. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du reminded, at that time, the son of the immeasurable calamity will be born. You can recruit him, but you can't force him or threaten him. This is for the good of the heavenly Tao. Once a sage schemes, it will definitely destroy the balance. We've planned for so long. We should work hard for cultivation. In the future, the heavenly Tao sages will definitely not be top-notch existences of the heavenly Tao. We have to continue climbing and forever walk in front of all living beings. The sages nodded. Han Ju didn't interrupt, but he still agreed with Heavenly Venerate Xian-du. Internal strife would consume their strength. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du did not say anything more about the son of the immeasurable calamity. He didn't know who could stand out and kill his way out. The sages began to discuss which providence sect would accept the son of immeasurable calamity. This might not be a good thing. Once a providence sect had a son of the immeasurable calamity, they would easily become everyone's target. Although the immeasurable calamity would not be as ferocious as before, the sages did not want the sect they supported to decline. After arguing for a long time, the sages changed the providence sect to a race. They felt that choosing the providence sect was still prone to conflict. In the end, the sages chose to vote. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du said, I choose the heavenly race. Shi Dudao raised his hand in agreement. Pan Xian followed, I choose the famous race. It seemed that he was already in control of the famous race. Emperor Shao and Jin Shen raised their hands in agreement. The remaining sages looked at each other. Han Ju said, the human race. Li Dao Kong, Fang Liang, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Sect Master Tian Ju, Zhou Shilai, and Huang Zuntian raised their hands in agreement. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate glanced at Sect Master Tian Ju and still chose to raise his hand. The outcome was obvious. Heavenly Venerate Xian-du was calm. Pan Xian looked at Han Ju in surprise. Han Ju didn't interrupt the previous discussion. He thought that he didn't want to interfere, but he didn't expect this fellow to directly make a choice. Most importantly, most of the sages chose to agree with him. He had always thought that Heavenly Venerate Xian-du had the greatest say in the circle of sages. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. This kid, Pan Xian had no choice but to size Han Ju up again. Han Ju used the system to hide his cultivation level at the heavenly Tao sage level, but Pan Xian had heard that this fellow was already a freedom sage. Han Ju ignored Pan Xian's gaze. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du also decided that the Son of Calamity would appear in the human race. As for whether it was born or reincarnated, that would depend on the providence of the heavenly Tao. After the discussion, Han Ju stood up and left. "Little friend Han, shall we have a chat?" Pan Xian came over and chuckled. "Little friend?" Han Ju smiled. Even Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had to call him fellow Taoist Han. Pan Xian still wanted to take advantage of him. Xiu Shilai smiled. "Fellow Taoist Pan, watch your words. We're all sages. We have to be on the same level. If word gets out, won't we be a joke?" Sect Master Tian Ju, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Li Dao Kong, and the others agreed. Pan Xian's smile froze. He had only said it unintentionally. He didn't expect to be surrounded. Huang Zuantian and Jin Shen understood. The center of the so-called sage circle was the sect master of the hidden sect. As for Pan Xian, he had yet to truly integrate into the sage circle. Han Ju said, "Fellow Taoist Pan, I have no intention of participating in the affairs of the heavenly Tao. If you have something to say, discuss it with the other sages." With that, he returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. Sitting on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus again, Han Ju was secretly pleased. It felt quite good to do one thing in front of others and secretly plot behind their backs. No wonder the sages were so sanctimonious. As for Pan Xian's thoughts, Han Ju couldn't be bothered to consider them. Pan Xian had already changed greatly. Sooner or later, he would return to his original state and return to his usual cowardly self to begin seclusion cultivation. He really couldn't scheme against the sages. Previously, in the Universal Hall, Han Ju had been observing Huang Zuantian and discovered that he didn't seem to be affected by the primordial origin. Primordial Origin's coffin was still in the dark void outside the netherworld. The primordial chaos tablet also stood still. Other than him, no one realized that Primordial Origin had already fused with Huang Zuantian. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin. Ever since the sages confirmed that the son of the immeasurable calamity would appear in the human race, the providence of the human race had also begun to rise. The various sage sects were deliberately supporting the human race. The footsteps of the human race began to expand. The entire immortal world was built with human cities. At this rate, the human race would reach an unprecedented peak. At the same time, the chaotic heavenly road also began to be recognized by all living beings. Cultivators kept returning, and all sorts of knowledge about the chaos began to spread. There was still a threshold to the chaotic heavenly road. Only immortal emperors could enter. It couldn't be helped. Creatures below the Emperor realm couldn't survive in the dark forbidden zone. Year after year passed. The human race dynasties appeared one after another. The human emperor cultivated in seclusion all day and conferred power to the human race, causing more and more kings and emperors to appear. Where there were people, there were battles. There were always some ambitious people who ignored the peace that the sages had painstakingly managed. When the various dynasties continued to expand their territory and bordered the other dynasties, war would inevitably erupt. Han Ju didn't know all of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. When the 5,000 years were up, Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. He could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the Great Tao realm. He looked forward to the Great Tao realm even more. In a good mood, he began to check his emails. In the depths of the chaos, a woman in a white dress emitting a dazzling light walked forward. Her face was beautiful and holy. A snake tail could be seen under her dress. It was Nuwa. Nuwa held a jade bottle and flew all the way, sprinkling 7-colored divine water from it. Countless meteors floated in this domain. When the meteors were irrigated by the seven-colored divine water, they quickly turned into a continent. Countless flowers and plants sprouted. The entire process was extremely magical. After an unknown period of time, Niwa landed on a stone platform. In the center of the platform stood a man. It was Fuxician. Fuxician smiled. "Is there a need to be so anxious?" Niwa shook her head and said helplessly, "Time waits for no one. We don't know what's hidden in the ancient desolate at all. I have a feeling that the great Tao immeasurable calamity isn't from the primordial fiend celestial, but the ancient desolate." Fuxician frowned. "You mean that teacher lied to us?" Niwa did not reply. Fuxician frowned even more. Niwa changed the topic. "Recently, someone has been trying to break through to the great Tao realm." "Guess who it is?" Fuxician pondered and said, "There aren't many cultivators who can reach this level. The most likely one should be Divine Lord Peacock. It's said that he has been chasing a mysterious chaotic fiend celestial recently." Niwa shook her head. "No, it's Hanju, comma." Chapter 694 He's the Tao Ancestor. Chapter 694 He's the Tao Ancestor. Hanju. How is that possible? Moved, Fuxician subconsciously rejected it. However, he quickly calmed down. Hanju's speed of becoming stronger was ridiculous. He couldn't predict it at all. Moreover, he trusted Niwa completely. His sister wouldn't joke about this. Niwa sighed. This child is only 200,000 years old and is already trying to break through to the great Tao realm. I suspect that he's not a variable at all, but what? Fuxician asked. He was shocked. The great Tao realm. There were not many great Tao sages in the entire chaos. As long as he stepped into the great Tao realm, he would be indestructible and escape karma. Niwa asked meaningfully, "Who said that Hanju is a variable?" Fuxician was moved. "Teacher, that's right. Teacher disappeared after Hanju appeared. Don't you think all of this is too coincidental?" Niwa sighed. Their teacher was naturally the Tao ancestor. Fuxician's eyes flickered. "You mean to say that Hanju is actually teacher's reincarnation?" "That's right. If teacher didn't mention that Hanju can change the great Tao immeasurable calamity, would we have roped him in? Thinking about it now, the deity realm of the ruins of End has schemed against the heavenly Tao many times. The heavenly Tao has always been able to avert the danger with Hanju's help. Every time, it was just right. The stronger the experts we send out, the stronger Hanju became. In addition to his unbelievable cultivation speed, it can only be teacher. Because his cultivation level is transcendent, to begin with, it's a cultivation level that even we great Tao sages can't see through. Therefore, it's reasonable for him to reincarnate and cultivate again without any cultivation level obstruction. Niwa's words made Fuxician feel a lingering fear. He recalled the scene when he interacted with Hanju. His temperament was indeed indifferent. He was even shining with divine light and pretending to be mysterious. Gradually, the figure of the Tao ancestor and Hanju began to overlap in Fuxician's mind. The more Fuxician thought about it, the more afraid he became. Could it be that the Tao ancestor saw his schemes? Niwa consoled him. There's no need to worry. Teacher must be worried about something. Fuxician's nervous expression softened. In a dazzling Buddhist hall, Jiayin suddenly opened his eyes. He had a strange expression. The great Tao realm. If he hasn't become a great Tao sage, he should not be able to curse the chaotic deity, undying Tao, Kundi, Jade Bodhi, Seven Tao Sage, and the other great Tao sages. He shouldn't be the dark forbidden lord, but they must be related. Jiayin thought silently. If Hanju was not the dark forbidden lord, wouldn't his cultivation speed be too ridiculous? What was his identity? He remembered hearing Qiu Shilai mention that Han Ju was a variable. In other words, at least the Tao ancestor knew Han Ju's background. Jiayin suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was covered by a fog, making him unable to see clearly. Ever since Han Ju and the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared, the fates of these great Tao sages had become tragic. They either died or were severely injured. The best situation was that they were chased out of the deity realm of the ruins of End. When Jiayin thought of the Tao ancestor, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? That was very likely. Such a breakthrough speed was simply unprecedented. Even if Pangu was reborn, his cultivation speed could not be so exaggerated. Teacher. As expected of you, Jiayin sighed silently. I see. How ridiculous. Jiayin sneered and felt sad. Han Ju didn't know that the other great Tao sages knew that he was about to break through. Although the chaos was huge, there were very few great Tao sages. Every time a great Tao sage was born, it would be a sensational matter. Back then, Guanbubi was discovered by the great Tao sages. However, Han Ju was hiding in the 100-peak immortal river. Even if the great Tao sages wanted to find trouble with him and kill him in the cradle, it was all a fantasy. Even if he was found, Han Ju was not afraid. The defensive power of the Tao Field's array formation was supreme. Han Ju nodded after reading the emails. Apart from Divine Lord Peacock who was still chasing after the Curse Fiend Celestial, the entire circle of friends seemed to be actively improving. Even the evil Heavenly Emperor and Han Tua did not cause trouble. They were all cultivating diligently and had all sorts of opportunities. They looked very good. Han Ju closed the email and looked at Xing Hongxian. This woman was already extremely close to becoming a pseudo-sage. She would probably break through the next time Han Ju opened his eyes. My child is really impressive. Han Ju looked at the fetus in Xing Hongxuan's womb. Its blood essence was already comparable to an immortal emperor, but its body was still young. Why don't we call him Han Buchu, one? Han Ju thought sinisterly. Of course, it was only a thought. This name would not only embarrass his youngest son but also him. Han Ju observed the immortal world again. An hour later, he continued to comprehend the great Tao. In the immortal world, mountains rose and fell. Wah, the cry of a baby resounded through the forest, extremely loud. Boom! The forest shook violently as surging spirit chi surged in one direction, forming a visible hurricane in the air. A pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds and landing on a wooden house in the forest. A man in cloth garments stood in front of the wooden house. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground and subconsciously crawled back. He suddenly thought of something, and the fear on his face was replaced by worry. He immediately got up and rushed towards the wooden house enveloped by the pillar of light. Madam! The man cried out miserably. As soon as his body collided with the pillar of light, he instantly turned into dust. The baby's cry was still echoing. After an unknown period of time, the spirit chi of heaven and earth calmed down. The pillar of light disappeared, and so did the cries. Creak, the door opened and an old woman walked out with a swaddled baby. She said happily, Dalong, it's a son. It's a son. After she walked out of the wooden house, she looked around and realized that there was no sign of Dalong. She was stunned. The commotion during the delivery was indeed huge. She was also shocked. This was the first time she had seen the fetus in a womb let out such a loud cry. It almost deafened her. Could it be that Dalong was frightened away? The old woman looked down at the swaddled baby and realized that he was already asleep. Her red face revealed a smile that made all women in the world soften. Humph, poor child. He has such a cowardly father. I hope that he won't spread today's commotion. The old woman looked worried. This child was extraordinary. If the phenomenon just now spread, he would definitely be treated like a freak. He would even be accused of being the reincarnation of a demon. However, the old woman knew that he was not a demon because his mother was facing difficult labor just now. His mother died just as he was born. However, at that moment, the baby opened his eyes and shot out two golden lights that shone on his mother. It actually allowed his mother's injuries to recover, and she gradually became alive. This was definitely a divine child, an immortal child. The more the old woman thought about it, the more affectionate she became. At this moment, a gust of wind descended, startling the old woman so much that she looked up. Immediately after, her eyes and her mouth subconsciously widened. A five-clawed golden dragon poked its head out of the sea of clouds. Its eyes were even larger than mountains, and its body seemed to occupy the entire sky. It was extremely shocking. 1. Wuxia means not coming out. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.